overnight, a community in Texas coming together to mourn after that deadly mass shooting at an outlet mall. Investigators now releasing more information on the gunman. We're live with the latest. Then today's heroes. We're kicking off Nurse Appreciation Week in a big way. This morning, Hoda and Al are hitting the road to celebrate some very special nurses, and you won't want to miss the surprises we have in store. Plus, counting stars. They're all here in Studio 1A today. First up, 4 icons, the cast of Book Club, Diane, Jane, Mary, and Candace, all here to talk about their highly anticipated sequel.
Gorgeous! Someone else next.
And then we're catching up with the one and only Andy Cohen, giving us a different kind of scoop from his new book, The Diaries. Today, Monday, May 8th, 2023.
Happy Monday!
From Tucson, Arizona.
South Bend, Indiana. Unity, Oregon. Charleston, West Virginia. And Dunwoody, Georgia. On a besties trip from Buffalo. Checking off my 50th birthday bucket list.
Every day I get
Hi, my 5th grade friends at Rockford Forest Elementary School in Maryland. Celebrating my 40th from Covington, Georgia.
Here with my auntie on a birthday trip.
From Los Angeles. Sending love to my grandma Betty watching in Houston. We made it on the Today Show!
Wow, this is our series, Today Heroes. We are kicking off Nurse Appreciation Week by celebrating the incredible work they do every single day. I'm walking slowly, so every nurse gets on. Al and I have traveled to 2 hospitals here in New York so we can say thank you in person. I am at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center. Shift. They stayed to be here with us, and now we are here to celebrate them. Y'all, we want to say thank you. This is awesome. I'm so happy. All right, one way to show the world how amazing you guys are is to hear from a former patient. Jenny Tostopoulos and baby Artemis spent 136 days here. Their team of nurses saved little Artemis's life, and all Jenny can do is say thank you. Jenny Tostopoulos was rushed to the hospital. She was just 26 weeks pregnant. Doctors and nurses at New York Presbyterian worked tirelessly to save her baby's life.
It's not the experience you expected. I could see my little girl on the other side of the room in a box, but we didn't get to hear her cry. Nurse Jasmine, who I had just met in that moment, who was, brushing my hair back, holding my hand.
Baby Artemis was born 2.5 months early, weighing just 2 pounds, and spent 136 days in neonatal intensive care.
Every day of having to leave my baby behind were some of the scariest days I would ever have to face. I think the biggest thing for me was having the nurses there that we could trust 24/7.
And on one of those days when tiny little Artemis was fighting for her life, the biggest team of hero nurses stepped in with a fierce determination to join her fight, but with the gentlest of hands.
There is no way we would have gotten through 136 days without the nurses.
And on the good days, the nurses knew that the smallest gestures could chase away so many fears.
There was a nurse that was hand-making individual Halloween costumes for all of the babies in the NICU. Nurse Lily was one of the ones that went above and beyond with being able to create something with hand care and love.
It was that hand care and love so bold and beautiful that helped Artemis make her way home.
It's hard for anything I say to be enough to say thank you for saving our baby, thank you for caring for our baby, thank you for teaching us to be parents.
Ah, beautiful. All right, some of the amazing nurses who took care of Jenny and Artemis are here with me. Nurse Jasmine and Nurse Lily. Nurse Jasmine, you brushed her hair. It's like the most basic little thing. How does it feel hearing how much that gesture meant to her?
Those small acts of kindness are truly what nursing is all about. I'm so happy that I was able to make such an impact on her.
Wow, and she says you guys saved her life. How do you feel to hear?
It's wild. It's wild.
Nurse Lily, oh gosh. She loves you so much. That little baby and these little tiny acts matter.
They really
Tell
do.
us what that meant to you to do something like that for baby Artemis.
It meant so much to me. I mean, the NICU can be a really isolating place for parents, and it's just so special for me to be able to give them that day of Halloween and just be able to dress their babies up like any other parent would. It's really special.
Well, I know you are oohing and awing when you say little Artemis, but you know what I think would be really cool? If you saw Jenny, Tess, and Artemis in person right now. This is pretty special. This baby is happy and healthy and lovely. Jenny, you said something so striking in the piece. You said that these women, these nurses, saved your baby's life. And I remember what you said. You said, all I want to do is say thank you. Well, this is an opportunity for that. What do you think?
I mean, we've said it so many times. No one prepares you to give birth so early or to have a sick child. And I don't know if we were understood looking back how much you guys did for us then, but we really know it now, and we're so grateful. Words cannot enough. So thank you.
Wow, and it must feel so good, Tess, to hold that baby of yours.
Yeah, she's doing amazing.
I mean, 9 months later, just look at her.
Beautiful. These are beautiful. A big thank you to you guys, Lily and Jasmine, and to every single nurse standing here. Y'all do this every single day. So a small, tiny gesture of just a thank you. We thought, why not have a little breakfast? So we got Bagel Works. They brought in some bagels, some cream cheese. Y'all, we just want to say from the bottom of our hearts, this is a gesture. We love you, we see you, we notice you, and we say thank you. All right, let's go over to Mr. Roker across the street.
All right, thank you so much, Hoda. We're here at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center to celebrate you nurses. This is just a small fraction of the incredibly dedicated nurses. In fact, I got a sister who's a nurse, Elisa Smith in Ohio. Mwah, love you. But I'm here with O'Day Parsons. She works at MSK's Urgent Care Center. But outside of the hospital, it's interesting. You've got another title. We salute you, Major Parson. Take a look. Meet O'Day Parson, a clinical care nurse at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center.
Hi. Heart rate 110, oxygen is perfect.
When she's not wearing her scrubs and serving patients, she's wearing her other uniform and serving her country.
I am a major in the Army Nurse Corps in the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, and my current job is to ensure the medical readiness of the soldiers.
Parson has been juggling the two jobs she loves for nearly 2 decades. Long hours, frequent travel, and time away from her husband, Pat, and 2 kids, Fiona and Caden, can be tough. But O'Day says her fellow soldiers encourage her.
First Sergeant Franco and First Sergeant Miller, them reminding me, be yourself, be genuine, be authentic, this is who we need.
O'Day says she's her best self when she's helping others.
My ability to help somebody that's in a very fragile state, try and take the weight off their shoulders a little bit. That's the most rewarding thing, is to make a considerable difference in somebody's life.
You really got emotional there saying all that. And we want to thank you for your service, Major. Also, we see Pat, Caden, and Fiona there hanging out. They're very sweet. So what do you hope for them? What do you want them to learn about what you've done and the service you've given?
So, and that's the biggest part, is both of my professions, the selfless serving professions, are perpetual. So we are transferring this perpetual love, support, compassion, empathy, and kindness from ourselves constantly. And right now I'm transferring them to my children. And to know that she's looking around to others, how I'm teaching her in a compassionate spirit, that's all I want.
Wow, that's really special, and that's something that you all do every day, and I hope everybody knows that. And I know we heard from 2 of your friends, First Sergeant Miller, First Sergeant retired Franco. What would you say to them if they were here?
I would say to them, thank you.
But hold on, just a second. Why don't we bring them in so you could say thank you to them?
You guys are amazing. Like, you're all amazing. Like, I don't deserve it. This is amazing. This is like...
You absolutely deserve it, as they have said. Look at you guys are all tearing up too.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
Very
the clashing
special.
of my worlds and my professions and everything that I care and love so much about is just completely unbelievable.
Well, thank you so much for your service. We're going to let you guys kind of get a chance. In the meantime, I got another nurse I'd like to introduce you to, Jacqueline Stout. A few years ago, a few years into your decade-long career, your world completely changed. You yourself got a cancer diagnosis. But what's amazing about you, Jacqueline, you fought for not only yourself, but your patients as well.
Thank you. Breathe in.
Jacqueline Stout is a nurse practitioner at Memorial Sloan Kettering, caring for cancer patients every day. But 4 years ago, the tables turned when she received a life-altering breast cancer diagnosis herself at 26 years old.
I was at work when I had gotten the results that, unfortunately, it was cancer.
She could have turned in her scrubs and focused on her own health challenges, but she persisted.
Good morning. Being a nurse was a part of my identity. I wanted to be able to care for patients as long as I could.
On her toughest days, when she received grueling treatments, Jacqueline's co-workers became her caregivers.
Waking up from surgery, having one of my coworkers be the first person I saw, and knowing my colleagues are in the waiting room with my mom when she's, getting the news that everything went okay. This is it was amazing.
Now 3 years cancer-free, Jacqueline says her experience gave her a unique perspective.
I think it definitely gave me more understanding for what the patients are truly going through.
Jacqueline, the best part is you're 3 years cancer-free.
Yes,
That's so
thank
wonderful.
you. Thank
Your
you.
fellow nurses rallying behind you.
Thank you.
And guess what? They want to support you one more time. Adam, you've got a little something here. We're going to be naming the 5th floor nurse's office in your honor, the Jacqueline Stout's Nurses Suite.
Oh, thank you.
So congratulations.
Thank you. This is such an honor. Thank you so much.
What does the support of all your fellow nurses mean?
It truly means the world to me. To be able to have been, taken care of by the best nurses in the entire world and get to go back to work and work amongst them is nothing but an honor. And I am so lucky to be able to be with these incredible people.
And you know what? I know personally how great you nurses are here at MSK because my dad was here 22 years ago suffering from lung cancer, and you treated the last 6 years of the 6 weeks of his life like gold. We will never forget that. So thank you. And for all you do, we want to honor you. A little small token of our gratitude. Let's bring it in. Our friends from Farmer's Girl Flowers. Beautiful bouquet. They provided all the flowers here today. So again, you want to do yourself a favor. Thank a nurse today for everything they do. They are the backbone of our healthcare system day in and day out. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Guys. Back to you guys.
That was great.
That was great, Al. And Hoda. Man.
A lot of thankful tears there.
I know. What a joy. We're so glad that we're able to honor these healthcare heroes. Al and Hoda, who better than you? Oh, my goodness. I was waiting for you to pick up that babe. If you didn't pick up that baby, I was coming there to pick her up myself. That is so cute, Hoda. You found a friend. I love it.
Thank you so much.
Well done, you guys.
Yes, yes.
And since we had extra space on our couch, we were like, who would be fun? Andy Cohen.
Nurses.
You wrote another book?
I did. I can't wait to talk to you about it.
How do you have time? You have a 4 and a 1-year-old.
Oh, tell me about it.
Okay. Well, actually, it's called The Daddy Diaries.
Yes, it is.
Are there famous bold-faced names in it?
Oh, I drop names.
You do.
Diana.
You're dropping names left and right. Oh, my gosh. Wow. All right, we'll catch up with Andy here about everything. But first, let's get a check of your local news, your weather, and these messages. Welcome back. Hoda's back. That was beautiful.
Thank you. It was really,
Even
really...
Andy liked it, and you know how cynical he is.
And you know what? I had to race back to be with Andy. I was
Yes.
like, hit the gas pedal, Eddie.
We
Let's
have
get there.
to.
All right. We've got the Emmy-winning host and producer, no stranger to handling chaos. He's got nearly 2 decades of Real Housewives drama under his belt. But these days, Andy's working with a whole new type of personality, a 4-year-old.
I told you could watch one, and how many did you watch? 2. So that was so nice of me. So then how is there a 3rd in play? You know, 2 Mighty Expresses. You want 3 more? Yeah. I kind of feel like I'm negotiating with a terrorist right now.
100%.
1,000.
And I'm sure that happens like every other day.
Every morning.
Over something. Andy is here to spill the beans on his life as a proud papa with his new book, The Daddy Diaries. Andy, good morning.
Good morning.
You know, I just love you because not only is it just super honest and relatable, it's also like we get a peek inside this crazy life that is yours with all these like celebrities and name dropping, and it's fun. It's just fun.
I thought I was done with the diary format.
Yeah.
But this year, I started writing the day after I put de Blasio on blast on New Year's Eve. And I thought, you know what? I think this could be a fun book because now I've got 2 kids. You know, I had Ben and then a baby on the way, and I drop a lot of names, and it's very funny, I hope. But also, it's a lot about parenting and my journey as a single parent, trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty relatable.
I think that journey is so unique and interesting because there are a lot of parents out there, but being a single parent, which I sort of am in that boat at this moment too, what have you learned about parenting with 2 kids?
A lot. I mean, I will say I went through life, and I still do. Every morning I wake up and my resting mood is a good mood until someone tells me differently.
Yeah,
but I have to say that this year, the subtitle of the book is The Year I Grew Up. And I have to say, I accessed a weight about me and a sense of worry that I've never really had. And I am now thinking, what the heck did I worry about? 5 years ago, what was I worried about?
What are
My
your
tea
worries?
order?
Yeah.
What are my worries?
Right now, yes.
Anything.
Like?
Schedules.
Yes.
Food, allergies, play dates, the nursery school, spring fling. I mean, there are things on my calendar that I'm navigating through that I've never,
Oh, sometimes it feels like 90% of parenting is logistics.
Yeah.
Oh,
just
for
like
sure.
who goes where then. But the other weight, I'm sure, is because you love these babies.
I love them.
so
I want
much.
to be everything for them.
Yes.
And I think as a single parent, there is, for any parent, but as a single parent, there is a feeling of I need to be there, and I'm always kicking myself for time not spent with them and trying to dissect what it all means and seeking out parent friends for advice. But I wouldn't trade it for the world, by the way. Yes.
Having the second child, was that a layup for you? Were you like, I've got to do that?
It was. You and I talked about that a lot. I did it, look, I wanted a girl, and also just for Ben. I mean, I just wanted him to have a family. I have an older sister.
Yeah.
We were always a unit growing up, and it's like built-in buddies, and I just wanted a family that we could say, this is us,
I always tell my kids, of course, they're always fighting, but I always say, like, you know what a brother or a sister is? A best friend for life.
Yes, I agree.
By the way, speaking of your sister and home, what an honor for you over the weekend.
It's great.
Anyone who knows you knows how much you love St. Louis.
Yes.
How much your hometown means to you. Well, guess what? You mean a lot to your hometown. You got the star.
I got a star
next to
in
John
St. Louis
Hamm.
in the Loop, and next to John Hamm. John Hamm and I, people confuse us constantly for a litany of reasons, but there we are
Mom
in
and
cement.
Dad.
There are my parents. They were so excited. We got one in Hollywood a year and a half ago, and we were pulling out from St. Louis, and my mom goes, "Well, that was better than the Hollywood one." I'm like, "Was it?" Okay. Yeah, no, it was. It was amazing. There's no place like home.
And Ben was there.
Ben was there.
So
he goes, I'm done with the stars.
Is that what he said?
Oh my gosh.
He goes, that morning I go, remember when I got a star in California?
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting one today. He goes, you are? I'm like, what? He thinks people get stars?
He's all starred out.
He is. He's over it.
By the way, this book is hilarious.
So fun.
It's funny.
Thank you.
When you read it, you'll feel great.
By the way, Hoda makes many appearances in it.
Hoda makes a few appearances in it. Yes, I lied to both of you on Thanksgiving, which you'll read about in the book.
What?
Yes.
Okay.
on television.
Well, thanks for coming.
You're welcome. Boy, Hodes, you're still rocking those bracelets.
Always for you.
What's it gonna take?
They're never coming
love it.
They're for you.
Thank you.
You're coming back.
By the way, I love those. I'll be back in the 10.
Yeah, you're coming
Will you
back.
have me?
Of
course.
Love you.
Thank you.
You got to buy the Daddy Diaries. On sale tomorrow. Head to today.com/books for more.
Thanks,
Carson,
lady.
we love you.
Good stuff there, guys. Thanks so much. Coming up, Mother's Day is this weekend, and we are helping you shop for that. We got some great gifts that our editors found from Amazon. Adriana's here with a great assortment. But first, this is Today on NBC. All right, we're back with Today Bestsellers. Mother's Day is coming up on Sunday. If you didn't know that, you are in trouble, but we're going to help you out. We got some perfect gift ideas. Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is here with everything from jewelry to sweet treats. The best part, you can just scan the QR code and throw all of them into your cart. Adriana, let's start with these cool looking cameras right here, because so many, I know moms in my life like to document all the great moments.
Moms are all about the photos. And you know what? I always joke that sometimes I myself run out of storage space. So this is kind of the perfect gift for the mom who loves capturing memories.
Well,
it's
these are
from
really
Kodak.
cool, yeah.
They're kind of old school. Remember the point and click, and then you get your photo right
Instant
away.
photo, right.
Instant photo. It's from Kodak. Super cool, super fun. It's right under $50. And this is perfect for the mom
And
who
these
loves
print
capturing
pretty
photos.
quick, right?
Yeah, like here, let's try. Let's do a selfie.
Okay.
Say cheese.
Cheese. Awesome.
It takes the photo, it prints out a little 2x3.
And this
in
doesn't
just a few
require
minutes.
toner, doesn't require film, none of
No
that stuff.
ink, nothing. You just buy the little
buy the
zinc
thing.
reloads
Perfect.
and you're good to go.
All right, we'll let that one
Yeah,
print
we'll
and
let
come
that
back
one
to
print
it.
and come
Nope.
back.
What do we got here?
Okay, this is, I always joke that as the mom, you get stuck carrying all the things. And so whether mom's carrying all the things, grocery shopping, running errands, taking the kids to pick up sports, anything, this tote is it. It's a really easy way, an affordable way to get a personalized gift
Yeah, it's a good
in
idea.
time for Mother's Day. Because a lot of times when you get a personalized gift, it can take a while.
takes a while.
They're pricey. You buy the monogram, you pick her initial,
cool.
and it's like kind of the Mary Poppins of all bags. It's really great.
That's less than $20.
Great for travel,
This is
too.
a great picture.
Oh, my gosh, look at this awesome photo.
Perfect.
Amazing.
All right,
All
and
right.
So jewelry at Mother's Day is usually great, but this is
Can't
something
go
that won't
wrong.
break the bank.
Okay, Carson, I've got you covered for under $20. This is now $14.99. It's the Mama necklace. I'm actually wearing it right now, and
my
it's
God.
really
It's
cute.
really pretty.
It's really pretty. It's easy to layer. It's, not too in your face. It's pretty subtle. Again, affordable. It comes in rose, gold, and silver tone.
Right.
This is also a really cool gift for moms to be or new moms.
Right.
But
That's
you
crazy.
can't
That's
go wrong.
$15.
It's
You can
$15.
scan the QR code and drop it in the cart right now. as
Guys,
we're doing
I've got you
this.
covered. And And if that's not for you, if you want to give mom a little bit of a spa day at home, or
Right.
if she loves her beauty products, Burt's Bees. This one is a great one. Right now, it is just right under $10 for some of the brand's best sellers. My favorite is the beeswax lip balm. You can't go wrong with it. This is so affordable right now that you could pick one up for your mom, pick one up for yourself,
Right.
maybe for your sister, a mom, a teacher, anyone in your life who's
That's
a
the
mother
other thing.
figure.
There's a lot of people that might not have their mom in their life, but they have like a
Exactly.
mom type of figure for less
Exactly.
than $10. It's just something to say, hey, I'm thinking about you even on Mother's Day.
Right, exactly.
That's
exactly.
a good gift set
Super-
too. People look for
super
gift
sweet.
sets. Well, let's get to the chocolate. Seas.
I
is
know
a
you're
great
excited
company.
about this one.
I am.
This one's one that mom can enjoy with the whole family from Seas, which is a brand known for their chocolates. They've
Gosh,
been around
leader.
for
Yeah.
over 90 years.
Mhm.
Started out in the West Coast. They've got their Mother's Day assortment tin, which is really great. It's about $35, but they also have other ones that you want to get, like peanut brittle if she
Love
loves
that.
peanut.
These are great too, the
They're
lollipops.
so delicious, the lollipops, the chocolate ones. But you can't go wrong if she has a sweet tooth. This is a tin we love.
Yeah, great. And a great company, so it's good
Yes.
quality stuff.
It is. It's really high end.
Spring is here and everything is in bloom. A lot of moms might have a green thumb. What's a
Yes.
good gift idea for them?
Okay, so if mom has a green thumb, or maybe she's a foodie mom and she likes her fresh herbs, the Arrow Garden.
What are
is
these things?
Really awesome. This is one of the first hydroponic indoor gardens. Really cool because you put in the pod
Okay.
and it grows all your herbs indoor. You
Wow,
don't
look at
need
that.
sunlight.
Right.
You don't need soil.
It's all in one.
It's all in one. It literally has, I think we have some B-roll. Yeah,
Yeah.
you could see it growing. It sprouts in her kitchen.
this is great.
So she can always have fresh herbs. And this kit right now is 10% off just for our
There's the QR code, Adriana. Thanks so much. This segment features products from Amazon, which has an affiliate relationship with Today. We're back on the third and fourth hour. First, quick check your local news. Thanks, Adriana.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker.
This morning on the third hour of Today, airfare. The new rules expected to be announced today that will impact all us travelers. How airlines could be held more accountable when our flights are canceled or delayed. Plus, 3 Hollywood legends live in Studio 1A.
Just don't do anything I would do.
Jane Fonda, Candice Bergen, and Mary Steenburgen, all live in studio, talking about the return of their book club. And beauty buys just in time for Mother's Day. Tried and true products that mom is sure to love. Today, Monday, May 8th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good Monday morning. Welcome to this. You like that? I was trying to.
We need to open your mic a little earlier because I want everyone to hear this.
Me mocking Al every morning.
Screech you give everyone.
This is the third hour of Today. I'm Craig. This is Dylan. This
Al,
is
that's
Chanel.
not what you sound like, by the way.
That is Albert Roker. We hope you had a fantastic weekend. It was a busy weekend, too.
Great
and you had a
morning.
busy morning as well.
Yeah, you know, it was really terrific. We it is National Nurses Week, and I got to meet O'Day Parsons. She's a clinical care nurse at Memorial Sloan Kettering Hospital, and she is also a major in the Army Nurse Corps for the last 20 plus years. Her fellow soldiers surprised her. Her two kids were there with her husband, Pat. It was very, very special. And I also met Jacqueline Stout, who's a nurse practitioner at Memorial Sloan Kettering. 4 years ago, she herself was diagnosed with breast cancer, being treated at the same hospital where she worked. Now the hospital is naming the fifth floor nurse's office in her honor. We surprised nurses, all the nurses there, with flowers. And I have a special affinity in my heart for Memorial Sloan Kettering. Not only was I treated there for my prostate cancer, but 22 years ago they treated my dad when he was suffering from lung cancer and was there about 4 weeks and made his last days really special.
You're going to be spending more time with nurses.
I am. I mean, I spent great time with nurses at New York Presbyterian with my medical thing. Well, now I'm going to another hospital, get my knee replaced.
Oh my goodness!
So we're going to get that done.
Love the hospital.
I get frequent flyer miles.
I mean, nurses are fantastic.
They are.
But you're taking it to a whole.
Well, I am,
level.
but this one was done 22 years ago, so it's
time.
Yeah, parts is parts.
To your credit, I mean, even when we were in Sonoma, we were getting in hot air balloons. We were walking all over the place, and you never complained.
Not once.
You never. And you're like practically walking on a broken knee.
Yeah, but
it's time to.
I have a high pain threshold. I've got two daughters.
There you go.
No one gets their money's worth out of their insurance like Al
He's the
Roker.
bionic man here.
So how about you? What was
you had a great week?
Well, I was at the Derby, with NBC's coverage of the Kentucky Derby yesterday or Saturday, whatever day it is.
Yeah, Saturday.
And it's just such an amazing event. This is my 10th Derby now that I was covering. I got to do it with Sonia Richards-Ross, an Olympian. You know her also from Real Housewives of Atlanta. And yeah, I just got to wear all my pretty dresses and my fabulous hats, stuff you just can't get away with in most other places.
You wore all that this past weekend?
That was this week, and I actually forgot to post my fourth look. Yeah, I told
you. Lord.
She's like giving
See, I think you should do more of that here.
Why not? Wear hats?
The hats and the dresses.
I mean,
During the
you
show?
wear the flower in your lapel, so I'm going to bring out hats.
There you go.
Yeah. Fascinating. Yes. 30
You had a little
minutes.
Derby weekend.
We did. Lindsay was down there. Lindsay and my father-in-law, her dad, were down in Louisville as well.
That's sweet.
This is a picture of Bobo and Linz at the Derby. We watched the Derby at home. We were cheering on Jace's Road. But we watched at home with some of our friends.
Look at those hats.
Some of our friends from church, Caroline and Craig Barney. They brought those hats with them. And
looks great on
we
you,
watched
Craig.
the most exciting 2 minutes. Thank you.
On you, that's a little disturbing.
Well, yeah, I didn't wear it for long.
It looked like a baby bonnet.
It did. It was a little weird.
You need a little pacifier and a diaper. Well, you're wearing half of that already.
Anything for the kids.
Exactly. You guys are good dads.
How about you? What'd you
There
do
you
this
go.
weekend?
So I spent my weekend on the sidelines, of course. Soccer tournaments all over the place, from Queens to everywhere else.
Oh, wow.
And so usually when I take pictures up, the boys are on the side. So Claire and I just hold down on the side.
Clara,
what is happening?
It's crazy. I know. And then
How old is she now?
The twins are about to be 11. Isn't that crazy? And then
weather was
I had
nice
a little
for you this weekend.
I know. I was about to say Sunday brunch with my girlfriends.
A boozy brunch.
Nice little activity, and then you can see I'm in the same thing. I'm like, oh guys, I gotta go. I gotta hop on the train.
You said it's a bougie bunch?
No, I said
Because of the
boozy.
boozy
Boozy. I said boozy. You said bougie. Two things can be true. Anyway.
Okay, here we go. We do have a lot to talk about besides all of that this morning. So we want to start with big news for travelers. Today, the White House is expected to announce new rules for airlines, holding them accountable when flights are canceled or delayed. NBC's Tom Costello is at Reagan National this morning. So Tom, we all want to know, what we're going to see out of this because we've all been impacted by delayed and canceled flights. So how are these new rules going to work?
Well, first of all, this is a process. This will take a while, but President Biden and Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg today will, in fact, unveil that a new government plan that if you, as a passenger, have a significant delay or cancellation, probably 3 hours or more, because of the airline's problem. In other words, maybe they've got a maintenance issue, a staffing problem, they haven't loaded the bags, whatever the case may be, if you are significantly delayed or canceled, you would be entitled to cash compensation. So that's kind of the headline out of this. That, according to the DOT, and the official proposal comes out today. In addition to that, they say that you would be getting hopefully meal and or a meal voucher or a hotel and or hotel accommodation, transportation, and rebooking. And then they're going to offer what they say is timely customer service, requiring that the airlines offer timely customer service after periods of widespread flight disruptions. So think, of course, about what happened last summer. We had mega meltdowns. And then over the Christmas and New Year's holiday with Southwest Airlines, and more than 1 million passengers were in fact delayed. So all of that would fall underneath this category. Again, cash compensation if you're delayed or canceled because of something within the airline's control.
Are you seeing all the videos where people are sleeping at the airport? You know what I mean? It's a big deal. Tom, what is the time frame here? When will we start to see some of these changes, or will we?
Realistically, I think months to years. I mean, listen, this is a government rollout of a proposed rule. That means everybody gets a say. The airlines are certainly going to have a say. They're going to object, as you would expect. And as a result, this will take a long time. Let's keep in mind a couple of things, though, about who's doing what right now. By the way, you can go to the FAA's website. It's called flightrights.gov, and there you're going to see who already offers compensation. Here's what it states right now. We're right now looking at 9, I believe it is, make it all 10 of these airlines right now will, in fact, give you some compensation in terms of meals and free rebooking on the same airline. And nine of the airlines right now guarantee hotel accommodations. No U.S. airline is offering right now any cash compensation. This is a little bit, the proposal is a little bit modeled on what the European Union does. They require that a flight will, in fact, an airline will give you cash compensation if you're significantly delayed. I was on a flight this year, listen to this, Oslo to Copenhagen, back to the States. My flight from Oslo to Copenhagen was delayed, 45 minutes, that's it, not a big deal. But that alone was enough for them to tell me that under the EU law, I was entitled to some cash compensation.
Wow. All right.
I didn't take them up on it because I thought
you made your
45
flight.
minutes is no big deal. I still made my connection, but nonetheless, that's what they offer.
But Tom,
can I just do a quick shout out on this Nurses Week?
Yes.
My daughter's a neonatal intensive care nurse, so shout out to all the nurses out there.
Hey, Tom, really quickly, a lot of those big meltdowns we had last year were, started at least weather-wise. Would these rules, fall in line with that?
No, weather, no.
Okay.
You're right. The problem is it starts with the weather, like in the case of Southwest Airlines. It started with a weather issue, then it kind of snowballed, pardon the expression, into this mega meltdown with Southwest.
Right.
If it's a weather issue, no, you're not entitled to compensation under this plan.
You can always kind of tie it back to the weather issue. I can see a lot of that happening.
Back in the day, I remember when they
Thanks,
would actually, one airline would book you on another airline.
Yes, I remember
Get
those
you
days.
home.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Tom, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Coming up next, today's checklist. Mental health do's and don'ts. Simple steps we can take each day to improve ours. Then later, behind the scenes of a standout performance, an opera that tells the story of a real-life boxer and his secrets. Third hour of today, we'll be right back.
This is the one you
Today's checklist is sponsored by Intracellular Therapies.
We are back now with today's checklist. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, so we are sharing some do's and don'ts when it comes to improving your mental health. So here to help is board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I feel like it's hard to get the conversation started at first, whether it's with a friend or family member or with a doctor. How do you get that conversation started?
Yes. So first thing I would say is don't bottle it up. It actually requires more energy, mental energy, to suppress a negative emotion than it is to release it, whether in talking or whether writing in your journal. The other thing I would say is when you talk to somebody, be very clear about what it is that you're looking for. Do you just want someone to listen to you or actually looking for advice?
Oh, that makes a big difference.
Yes, because we know that unsolicited advice end up making us feel incompetent, undermines our intelligence. Of course, I know what to do. I just need someone to listen to me. And then if you're trying to withdraw somebody out of their shell, you want to ask open-ended questions and also ask them, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to brainstorm solutions with you or do you want me to just listen? And put your phone away and give them eye contact and attention.
Okay. So if you're on the receiving side of it, how do you go about listening to someone unload on you instead of just saying, it's fine, it's going to be all right, you'll come out the other side? Like, what are you supposed to say?
Yes, so that is a don't. When we tell somebody you'll be fine, it's okay, it's dismissive. It says, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I don't have the emotional bandwidth. I don't have the right answers. Instead, what you want to say is, tell me more. When we are judgmental, we create difference between us and the other person. We say, I've never been through what you've been through. I don't know what you're talking about. Why do you have all these problems? I never had them when I was your age, when I was in your situation. You don't want to do that. You want to offer tangible support, which means, what can I do for you? Do you need me to do some research for you? If you're moving, should I help you? Do you want me to look into possible job opportunities? I know someone who can help you with a job. So offer specific advice and then follow up, but only if they want you to. Would you mind me checking in with you X amount of weeks from now? Because sometimes someone's like, no, I just want to vent and I don't want to think about it. Don't ask me to rehash that wound again.
Everybody has to be open all around. I think that
absolutely. And permission asking, boundary setting, all of that.
Okay.
So, Dr. Varma, what about the person who is going through this mental health issue? What shouldn't they do?
Yes. So number one, don't give up. A lot of times somebody says, no one understands me. No one's ever been through what I've been through. And I can guarantee you that somebody, even a professional, would understand because they've seen everything. They've seen a lot. Don't delay treatment. A lot of times people wait for the other shoe to drop and they're like, I'm just going to wait for things to get really bad and then I'm going to get help. The problem is when you're in crisis, so much of your energy is going to solve the immediate crisis that you aren't able to handle other aspects of your life. Speaking of other aspects, don't make major changes. Try to keep stability in other aspects, whether it's a job, whether it's a relationship. Focus on one thing, the immediate acute crisis in that time. And the other thing is don't rely on substances. We turn to food, we turn to alcohol, and those things might comfort us in the immediate, but they cause long-term problems. And then we are all of a sudden putting out other fires.
So this next one is for every single person in this room and everybody watching. Let's talk about what we can all do to improve our mental health.
Absolutely. Now, Chanel, we have to be intentional about leisure time, and that means do not give up time. PTO, don't leave vacation days left. We lose millions of dollars, billions of dollars as a country by doing that, right?
You know why? Because people think it's leisure, so they feel like it's not necessary, but it is. And rest.
Yes, and you don't need to ask permission. You don't have to earn rest. That was something that I learned personally the hard way, okay? Exercise doesn't have to be about beauty and staying young. It has to do about mental health. So look at it that way. Make an effort to see people in person weekly. If you're working remote, I don't care. Have a coffee with someone. I'm going to do that right after I'm done with you guys. Self-soothe. Calming, writing in a journal, going for a walk, playing with a pet. Do something relaxing, distracting, unplugging. Binge watching is okay as long as it's not interfering in your daily life.
I love it.
Gratitude, spend 5 minutes a day. Thank people. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be talking to you, Chanel, talking about what I'm passionate about. So gratitude can be small, but it's meaningful.
This next one is important. I even need to work on this, getting organized. I've noticed if my room is a mess, my mind is a mess.
Absolutely.
Seriously, like sometimes I look at my room like, oh, I need to straighten up. It's like, oh, it's because I'm just feeling all over the place.
Chanel, you want to know what is true reflection of how you're feeling inside? Look at your room.
See?
You look at your desk. That's a reflection, right?
Okay.
So this is about taking a few minutes to clean your desk, to clean your space, create a Zen den, so to speak.
Okay.
Because so much of our outside is going to take up our energy. If you're going to look at your room and you're going to be like, oh my God, this shows how much I don't take care of myself. Plants are such a big deal. Bright colors. Look at this. Look at you. Look at Dylan. Look at that.
Dr. Varma, should we ever encourage someone to get help for their mental health? I mean, I know that's a tricky conversation.
Yes, absolutely, for sure. Share your own experiences. Craig, I have been to therapy, and I can tell you from both sides of the couch, it was one of the best things I ever did early on in my career. Find a therapist, offer to find a therapist, share your positive experiences. Hey, I can ask my girlfriends, where'd you get your nails done? Recommend me a hairstylist. Why can't I ask them?
You're right.
Share with me the name of the best therapist you ever had, the best experiences you ever have. And don't feel like you have to fix it all. We are here, we're all in this together, and we're gonna get through this together. Have that mentality.
The most important takeaway I came from is that you, a therapist, have actually
Seen a therapist.
seen a therapist.
So
That's
helpful.
amazing.
Highly, highly recommended.
Thank you,
Thank
Don.
you so much.
Appreciate it. When we come back, we're going to go behind the curtain of a powerful new performance, telling a real-life boxer's story in opera. And we have 3 icons in the house. Jane Fonda, Candice Bergen, Mary Steenburgen here live talking about the next chapter in their book club. Third hour of today. We'll be right back.
Love it.
So you may not think opera and boxing go hand in glove, but this morning we're taking you behind the scenes of a stunning new production at New York's Metropolitan Opera called Champion. It's about the life of boxer Emil Griffith and the fight that would consume him for years. Champion is transforming audiences at New York City's Metropolitan Opera. How do you get to the Metropolitan Opera? Practice. And I got a behind-the-scenes look. The opera, composed by 7-time Grammy Award-winning jazz musician Terrence Blanchard, tells the real-life story of Emil Griffith, a closeted bisexual boxer who brutally beat his opponent, Benny Paret, in the ring in the 1960s. Paret taunting Griffith with homophobic slurs, Griffith ultimately killing him, a moment that would haunt him until old age. How did the idea of taking a story about this boxing champion and turning it into an opera with a jazz score?
Well, the first thing that got me, Al, was just the sense of his plight of being a person who couldn't celebrate openly his achievements with somebody that he loved. And then when he said, "I killed the man and the world forgave me, but I love the man and the world wants to kill me," it put it in perspective for me. So I thought, this would be a good thing to do as an opera.
In his first lead role in an opera, bass baritone Ryan Speedo Green plays a young Emil Griffith during his boxing days.
When I was called up to have this opportunity and have it be in this opera at this house, I wasn't going to let that moment be taken for granted. I was going to do everything in my power physically, vocally, mentally, to be ready. To make the opera singers look like boxers, Champion's creative team incorporating techniques of the sport with the opera's choreography. In a sense, boxing is choreography, except with hitting.
Yes, it's a dance. And I think with Terrence's music and his composition, it really provided an opportunity to create rhythm to the boxing. So it was like a boxing ballet.
Camille, I think she's brilliant. I think she's a genius. And it really speaks to her artistic prowess to allow Michael Bent to come in and work with her dancers.
Former heavyweight world boxing champ Michael Bent is the opera's boxing consultant who helped guide Green and the Champion cast. He's also Terrence's best friend, who gave him the idea for Champion. I understand, in a sense, you are responsible for this.
One of the stories I shared with him was the story of Emil Griffith. A year later, I get a phone call. Mike, I got tickets for you for the show. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? About Emil Griffith. I go into the theater. By the second act, I'm crying, I'm bawling my eyes out.
You've got boxing, which is physically challenging unto itself.
Yeah.
And yet the physical challenge of opera as well.
Yeah, I've been told from a lot of my colleagues who are watching me perform this, they're like, in the future, your next role, you only have to do 20 push-ups and then sing in chest voice.
What's a typical kind of training to get started? Wow.
I got you a house when you ain't never had a house before.
What do you want people to take away from the story of Emil Griffith?
Being able to forgive yourself and the whole idea of redemption. Because he held on to that pain for 30-some years until Benny Jr. told him, we don't harbor any ill will towards you. And he started to cry. To me, that's a very powerful statement.
In 2021, Terrence Blanchard made history as the first black composer to stage an opera in the Met's 138-year history with Fire Shut Up in My Bones. And now Champion, taking the 400-year-old art form to new levels and reaching wider audiences. How has it changed who comes to the opera?
That's been probably one of the things that's been the most emotional for me, because to see people of color turn out in large numbers, and it's starting to open the doors again for people of color, and that's something that I'm extremely proud of.
I was fortunate enough to go to the opening night, and it is amazing to see everybody, all races, there to see this fantastic opera. You know, interesting, Ryan Speedo lost more than 100 pounds for the
100 pounds?
100 pounds. Diet and walking, he said, helped do it. Champion has a performance at the Met Opera tonight. Its very last day of this run is Saturday. Tickets available. The other interesting thing with Fire Shut Up in My Bones and then Champion, the interesting thing is in the last two seasons, the new operas that the Met has staged have far outsold the classics, the traditional. So it's that mix that's going to re-energize.
It also makes the opera far more approachable.
Yeah,
I think when folks think about the opera, they think it's stuffy and boring.
It's amazing.
Not so much.
That's good.
That was great, Al.
Thank you.
All right.
April Santiago produced.
Love that.
Thank you.
All right. Well, when we come back, take a look at this lineup. We have Jane Fonda, Candice Bergen, and Mary Steenburgen. They're all live this morning to tell us about getting their Wild Book Club back together. We're going to talk to them, but wait, there's more. Award-winning actor Patricia Clarkson is also here, filling us in on her emotional new role. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Yes.
We're back. The trio of Hollywood legends who came together on screen for the first time 5 years ago.
Thank you.
Jane Fonda.
I think I took
Candice
Sorry,
Bergen.
I'm still handing these out. Jane Fonda, Candice Bergen, and Mary Steenburgen starred in the 2018 film Book Club, playing friends who made some life changes after reading the steamy novel 50 Shades of Grey.
Well, now in the sequel, Book Club, the next chapter, they are back for another unforgettable journey.
I love it. This time they head to Italy for a bachelorette trip. But chaos follows, including a misunderstanding with the Italian police.
Buonasera signora.
Buonasera.
Cosa sta succedendo?
We just wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hablas italiano?
No. I can't believe you guys. A buff cop just happens to drive by. Oh, okay, let's go. Take your shirt off. No. No, Bill.
No lo capito.
What, you want to start with the pants? No. You don't understand. Oh, I see. You want me to help you? No.
Oh, this is so good. Jane, Candace, and Mary, good morning. Good morning. I love it. I love it so much. First of all, cheers. Cheers. Your sister and friendship just gives us life. So this, when people watch it, it takes you by surprise. It's hilarious. It's spicy, if I can say. Was it as much fun to do this as it was for us to just watch it and giggle?
More.
Yeah, In what way? In what way?
Oh, well, we drank a lot and ate a lot and sang a lot.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, we were in Italy for 2.5 months. That's pretty nice.
Pretty good gig.
Finishing in Venice.
Yeah.
So, right?
I mean, Candace, those pictures that you posted, the behind-the-scenes pictures on Instagram, I mean, it certainly made it look like you ladies were living your best lives.
I don't know what.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, no.
Somebody's walking these back.
You took a pasta class together.
Take these? We did take a pasta class, but she would not remember any of it. She drank about 6 of these. Ted and I are diligently learning how to make pasta. She learned nothing.
Tell us about the Aperol Spritz. Why do we like it?
Well, this is a lovely drink to have.
It is
starting
very
at
refreshing.
8 in the morning. And it's a very light drink, but it does the trick.
It is. Before you know it.
This is my first one. I've never had one.
I had never had one, and she I blame her for everything. But she on the first night said, you have to have one, and then I had to have one every night.
Every night.
Yeah.
So Mary, in fact, you mentioned Ted making pasta. You, in fact, obviously wrangled him to make a little cameo in the movie.
He is. I don't know if anyone will spot him because he has a beard. Okay. He's carrying a dog. It's in the beginning part of the film, and he was everybody's plus one. He just had the best time there.
He's the best guy.
I love that. And since we
Best
grabbed so
guy.
much from your Instagram, Jane, we also saw a picture where the production assistants from the movie made a T-shirt with your famous mug shot on the front of it.
Oh, you got that picture? Wow. Yeah. I was so touched.
We know activism has always been, in your heart, a lot with climate change. Where do you think we're at now? Do you think things are kind of going in the right direction?
Well, everything's going in the right direction except that the politicians who take too much money from the fossil fuel industry, and they're not doing what they need to do. But people are moving in the right direction. The majority of Americans are concerned. Young people are fighting, and I'm hopeful about the public's part. We just have to get the political will to make it happen. Which means that when we vote, we have to vote with climate in our heart and be sure that the people we're voting for don't take money from fossil fuel industries.
This platform is so special and important. And it's interesting to me, and I'll tell you guys at home behind the scenes, when you guys walked into the studio, it is so fun to watch how we all react with you guys. I mean, for us, you guys are just walking royalty.
Icons.
The icons, if you will. Thank you. I also think it's important because, I don't know if you saw the top of the show, I had brunch with my girlfriends. We were just talking about how our hope, our prayer is that as we get older, we can still keep it.
Of course you can keep it.
And this is proof.
Living proof.
Yeah. But I think part of this secret is really making sure that you treasure your friends and that you're intentional with your friends. And we're like that when we're not on camera. It's been one of the gifts of the last, this last 5 or 6 years for me is my friendships with all 3 of them. We don't have Diane here right now, but herself included.
By the way, before we're out of time, I don't think a lot of folks watching and listening know how prolific of a songwriter Mary Steenburgen. So I had no idea until I sat down. How many songs?
Oh, I have no clue. It would be, hundreds for sure.
Hundreds? Oh, and you started writing them at
age 56.
I love that.
That's fantastic.
She wrote the closing song, and we all sing it.
Oh, that's
I love that.
And will there be another chapter?
Maybe.
Yes.
She decides where we go.
Who gets to decide where you go?
Her latest thought is
Burning Man.
Yes! I would pay good money.
So Burning Man can handle
Jane,
it.
Candace, Mary, thank you guys so much.
Thanks for having
Again,
us.
you can catch Book Club. The next chapter, it is out this Friday.
That's right, but don't go
Mother's
away.
Day.
Yes, Mother's Day.
Yes.
Mother's Day.
Bring your mothers.
That's it. Well, when we come back, we've got another incredibly talented actor. Patricia Clarkson is here in studio talking about a moving new film. She is indeed. And then Mother's Day beauty buys that mom will love. Third hour of today, we'll be right back. We are so fortunate to be catching up with award-winning actor Patricia Clarkson.
She took home a Golden Globe for her striking performance as Adora in Sharp Objects.
And recently, Patricia starred as investigations editor Rebecca Corbett in She Said.
Well, now she's out with a new film. It's called Monica, and it follows a transgender woman returning home to take care of her estranged mother. Take a look.
What's your name? Again, please remind me.
Monica.
That's a nice name. Is it a family name?
No. It's the name I chose for myself.
Ooh. Patricia, you're so good. But by the way, I noticed when we were playing that clip there, you looked down.
Yeah, I looked down.
You don't watch yourself.
It's hard. It's such a beautiful film, such an emotional part. I'm still somewhat emotionally attached to it. We think as actors we move on, but sometimes that's a character that will live inside me for many, many years to come.
There are not a lot of films that focus on transgender people for who knows why. What drew you to this particular film, this particular story?
I thought, first of all, I love the director Andrea Paloro, but I was drawn to a script for the right reason. I wanted to see a transgender actress, a beautiful, extraordinary transgender actress lead a film. We've never had that before, really. And I love this part. I love this reckoning, She's coming home after having transitioned 20 years. I don't know who she is. I'm dying. I think she's from hospice, so I'm angry. I have a beautiful nurse played by the great Adriana Barazza. And so it's this beautiful pas de deux of a mother and daughter finding each other again and her finding her family again. And it is a transgender story, but it's a story of family and love and forgiveness.
And it's a story that's told so well. The cinematography is absolutely beautiful.
It's shot on film. That's why.
Okay.
Film is making a comeback. Okay.
As it should. You feel like you're in the room with you guys, and obviously you and Trace have such great chemistry. Yes. How important was that to get, for you guys to have that chemistry off camera so that it could shine
It's
so
everything.
much on camera?
Well, you can only create so much as actors. You have to fall in love and care deeply for your child. But the first time I met Trace was at a pre-Emmy party during Sharp Objects. And I saw her across the room, and she's just so gorgeous. And I saw this gorgeous woman across the room, and I said, oh, that's my daughter. And I thought, oh my God, I have to play this beautiful woman's mother with no makeup and dying.
Everybody's dream.
No makeup and dying.
And so it was literally from the moment we met that night, she took a piece of my heart, and I carried it on screen with me for her.
You know, Patricia, you play these intense, complex characters in this, or like your most recent role, She Said. I've always wanted to see you in a comedy, like a good old-fashioned rom-com.
No, I've done some. Easy A. Come on.
When you do something like this, is there sort of do you look for a palate cleanser that maybe allows you a little less intensity?
Yes, I'm always looking for diversity. I'm always looking to shift things up, but I tend to get offered a lot of drama. I don't know what that says about me.
You're good.
And I'm like the party girl. My nickname is Party Clarkson.
You were asking.
Is it really? Party Clarkson?
Party Clarkson.
Okay.
You guys, I throw great parties. Okay.
That's a T-shirt.
She was asking for an Aperol Spritz.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I saw all those lovely ladies drinking Aperol Spritz. I'm like, I think I need one that matches my dress.
You know what? Party Clarkson.
Party Clarkson.
Party Clarkson. Oh, thank you for joining us. Formerly Patricia.
Yeah, exactly.
From now on, Party Clarkson. Monica, by the way, it's in theaters this Friday, May 12th. Go check out
Pleasure to meet you.
Party Clarkson.
Thank you so much. Now I want you to have a party. I want to go to one of your parties. All right, coming up next, tried and true beauty products for Mother's Day, including one that's been around for more than 150 years. We'll be right back.
Oh, witch hazel.
Our series today, Beauty, just in time for Mother's Day. We have some tried and true beauty favorites from over the decades that are perfect for all the moms in your life. And here to tell us more is Jenny Bailly, Allure's Executive Beauty Director. Jenny, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, guys.
So we're talking about tried and true.
Yes. Yes.
So we're starting with Pond's, and we also have the
Olay.
The Olay.
So the nostalgia factor is there for all these products, but they also perform really, really well. So that was kind of the driving force here. Pond's is an icon. It's been around since 1846.
Wow.
And it is still just one of the best makeup removers you can find.
So do you just like slather it on and then wipe
you
your
scoop it out, put it on dry skin, your eyelids, your lips. You wipe it off with just a washcloth or a tissue, and it's gone.
Oh, you don't even rinse it off?
No, I would say if you have oilier skin, I would do a gentle cleanser afterwards. But if you have drier skin, it leaves like a nice layer of moisture.
I love that.
Okay.
Yeah. The fun thing is sometimes we use the same products over and over. We kind of get into a routine. So when someone gives you something new, it gives you a chance to try something too.
So is this
an Olay? So I'm a Gen Xer, so I remember my mom using the Olay in the white bottle.
Oh yeah.
But this is Olay Regenerous Micro Sculpting Cream. It came out in 2007. So the Gen Zers and the younger millennials around the office, this is what they remember.
At night, I do.
So it's a great. It has peptides to build
that
collagen.
one. I use it's the purple nighttime, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah, it's won all sorts of awards.
Also good. Yeah, this is. a budding icon,
Don't
not
pretend
Pond's
like you
yet.
don't use a moisturizer.
I do not use a moisturizer.
Really?
As oily as this skin is.
Natural.
But you use this,
Yes,
though, right?
I do. 1847.
Yes.
Witch hazel.
A little younger.
I knew which. But this used to get a knock because people thought it was too drying.
Yes, because it was pretty drying. It could be harsh, but now you can get Thayer's, this classic brand.
Yes.
It's infused with rose water, coconut water, cucumber
Aloe
extract,
vera.
aloe vera, so it is more hydrating.
Okay.
And you use that after
I
you
use it like
shave.
a little aftershave, just a skin toner.
It's antiseptic, it's anti-inflammatory.
Okay. So
Put on
talk to
bug
me.
bites.
And Dylan says she uses
Okay.
it for her kids' hemorrhoids.
My kids don't have hemorrhoids.
Well, that's what you just said. Okay.
It's moving on. Okay, we're going to move on. We'll move on.
So, Fashion Fair, this has been around, I feel like, since I was a little girl.
Yes, not for hemorrhoids. So we're going to shout out here.
Oh, okay.
You can use witch hazel for hemorrhoids? Is that an approved use?
Well, it's after childbirth, but that's another segment. But you can use witch hazel, put it in the freezer. Yeah, but we're going to get back to Fashion Fair. Okay, so Fashion Fair is a brand that started in the early 70s to give Black women makeup options that match their skin tone.
Yeah,
'cause there just
absolutely.
were none.
It's a trailblazing product.
Yes, very trailblazing. Allure's editor-in-chief, Jessica Krull, her grandmother, shout out to her grandmother in Albany, Georgia, loves her Fashion Fair pressed powder.
So have they updated? I mean, is it
They've updated it. So actually it relaunched recently. It's now at Sephora. It's
I
been
didn't
kind
know
of hard
that.
to find for a while.
Okay.
And they've updated it. It now has vitamin C to help with hyperpigmentation, and it comes in 12 shades. So any of us here could
I'm
find
glad you told us about this.
Could
I
find
didn't know they were
something.
back. Okay.
3 products,
Okay.
60 seconds.
Clinique Black Honey, it is also early 70s. It's an incredible natural slip of color. It looks a little scary, a little like
does look
Wednesday
scary,
Addams,
yes.
but
It
it's
does look
super
dark.
natural.
Okay.
It's transparent. It's a little different on everyone.
Another
Grab it out and
legacy
try it.
name,
Oh, that does
Lancome.
go on really well.
Lancome, this Lancome eye makeup remover is a beauty editor
Classic. I
favorite,
use
but a
this,
lot of us have
yes.
used it long before we were beauty editors because our moms did. You shake
Yes,
it up,
that's why I
exactly.
have it.
Oil and water, shake it up, smoky eyes.
And this
totally
this
gone.
was only available at salons for a long time.
Yes, and my
mom
mom
used
used
this
it, in the 80s, and I wasn't allowed to because it was too fancy.
Exactly, it was too
So, yeah, don't touch it. But now it's at Walmart,
so
it's at
funny.
Ulta. It is still the best conditioner I've ever
I want to
used.
see if it
use
smells like the one you were told to put down as a kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's the same, right? I use it on my
Jenny,
son. Has
thank
Jenny.
you,
That
Jenny.
is great. Thank you
so
for
much,
having me.
We'll be right back. Oh my goodness, that's so.
Hey, we want you to catch the new episode of Start Today on our streaming channel, Today All Day, coming up at 10 a.m. on today.com/allday, or stream it on Peacock.
Tomorrow, Bill Nye, the science guy, is going to join us live.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Molly Shannon.
Have a fantastic day, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Today, Bravo Honcho and our pal Andy Cohen is here dishing on his hilarious Daddy Diaries. Then we'll laugh some more with actress and comedian Molly Shannon. And a new lover for Taylor Swift. Justin Sylvester has the scoop on the romance rumors everybody's buzzing about.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hi, guys. Good morning. It's Monday. It is May the 8th. How we doing?
How are you in your yellow?
How we doing? You got orange and yellow. We're brightening up the joint.
We sure are. You had such a great surprise this morning.
Oh, you know what? This is Nurse Appreciation Week. If y'all know a nurse, or if you see a nurse, if you see someone in scrubs walking down the street with a cup of coffee who may be a nurse, stop and say thank you, because, I mean,
so true.
You know what's so interesting? We went to New York Presbyterian today, and there was a preemie baby who was in the hospital for months and months, a little baby named Artemis. And his mom, Jenny, came out, and they wanted to say thank you to the nurses. That child was in the NICU. I mean, it was just touch and go. But here the baby is with these beautiful nurses who took care of her. And I was just thinking, when you leave a hospital,
yes,
you often don't go back after, because you've been through all of the things you've been through, and you say, well, that was then, wow. To be able to go back and to see all those nurses' faces, Jenna, many of them had already worked a 12-hour shift and were still there. Overnight, and there they were. And they do, like, the most incredible work. We featured one family, one story, but I kept looking at all these nurses, and I was like, oh my gosh,
be a million stories.
You have a story just like that, and so do you, and so do you.
It's so interesting because it's like nurses. I mean, when I think back to having Mila, I had to have an emergency C-section.
Yes.
Henry wasn't there yet.
Yes.
And the anesthesia nurse, who I'll remember her face.
Yes.
Forever. I told her, I was like, you were my angel, because I was by myself.
Oh, gosh.
Getting ready to have a C-section. And it's so, nurses are with us on the most beautiful days of our lives and also the hardest.
Yes. Yes.
Think about the people that can be there in the joy and the pain and hold our hands through it all.
Yes.
I'm so glad you guys highlighted that.
I'm so glad we did too. I was just thinking about when Hope was in the hospital for one of those days, and I was sitting, it was 3 a.m., and I was just sitting in this chair. I was just like in this room in a chair by myself, thinking about like what's going on here. And this nurse walked in, and I still remember, put her hand on my back, didn't even say anything, just sat there for a minute. I was like, oh my God, I could feel myself.
Like an angel.
Yeah, like right at the time. And they knew in that moment, because a lot of what they do isn't just about giving the IV and the needles and the stuff and the tests and all those things. It's more than that. It's everything that they do. It's like what this woman said, brushing your hair, like someone like that. I remember I was there and I asked for a bath. I wanted to give her a bath, and they could only sponge her. And I said, please, I'm begging you, I just want a bath for my child. And I remember we got this little plastic thing, and we put it in the shower and put Hope in it. And I remembered like that tiny thing, but it was everything at the time.
To you.
It's beautiful.
And to Hope.
Beautiful.
Oh, thank you, nurses.
Okay.
There was a lot that happened this weekend.
So much. Did anyone get up at 5 a.m. on Saturday? It was a coronation for King Charles.
Did it start right at 5 a.m.? Because I'll be honest.
You didn't know?
I love them, but 5 a.m. on a Saturday, I mean, we wake up that early every day.
Yeah.
It's Saturdays. I know you don't sleep in.
I did, but on this one I did. And you either, though. I mean, it's hard to.
Yeah, but I can sleep till 7. You cannot.
No, but I do say it did capture a lot of people's attention because when's the next time we're going to see a coronation? Long time, probably.
Yeah, I'd say 20 or 30 years by doing the math. But you're right, and it is a big moment for the UK, which was lovely to see all of the traditions.
Yeah.
Did you I
watched some of it.
Watch with the girls?
Yes, they were like, "Is that a real princess?" They kept pointing to Kate, who was in the wagon, the covered.
Yeah, is that a wagon?
I'm not sure what it was, but it looked like from one of the fairy tales.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but that.
What is that called?
That is a carriage.
A carriage, thank you.
Anyway, there were a couple
Where
of
does that carriage stay? Sorry, I'm stuck on the carriage because we don't have carriages here.
No, we don't. It's very ornate.
Yeah.
And people were out there in the rain. Yeah, they really did. There were a bunch of funny moments, though, that had the internet buzzing. One of them was Katy Perry. So Katy Perry was a performer, and she was also invited to the coronation.
I love her so much.
She couldn't find her seat. Watch with the hat. Wait, look at the hat. Look at the viewing. I can't see.
Her peripheral vision is completely closed off.
That's right. Look. She's like, this way. No, come this way. Edward,
all
who's
of
the
us.
British Vogue
She's
editor,
like, am
with
I
her
over there?
walking around just searching. Don't you hate when you go to something and you're like, where am I supposed to sit? And
about-
you're just wandering by yourself, aimlessly looking for your seat?
And I know that it's like a thing. By the way,
And
she tweeted this because she was laughing about it. She said, "Don't worry, y'all. Like I found my seat or something like that. I found my seat." She was wandering. About that hat was so cute.
I love that that's probably one of the reasons she couldn't see.
It was too. Yeah, it was too big.
So of course the other story, you know, people were talking about Harry and Meghan.
Yeah.
And Meghan did not go.
Yeah.
She was not there at the coronation, but some jokers on the internet thought she was. I never saw this because I don't look at the internet. Y'all, that's ridiculous.
Who thought that? Who thought that?
You know who
That
he
is a
does look like is Captain Kangaroo. But also, as if Meghan would decide to go in costume to put on a wig. Do you remember Captain Kangaroo?
I was going to say, I do remember, and that does look just like him. That was actually Sir Carl Jenkins, who's a composer. Okay.
Y'all,
that
looks
was
nothing.
That was
Who
ridiculous.
started this conspiracy theory? Gavin? Was it you?
Wait, did we have the feather? Maybe not. Princess Anne, we don't. Princess Anne was wearing a hat with a huge plume, like a feathered plume.
I like how you just said plume.
Plume, and Harry was right behind her. So every time you were trying to see it,
actually
the
was
big
her
feather was
covering?
obscuring the view of
Harry.
Prince Harry.
Okay, Prince Louis.
Oh yeah, stole a show.
He stole the show. I love him so much. He is. First of all, y'all, he's like people were like, why'd he yawn? I'm like, are we supposed to teach children not to yawn?
First of all, I told my kids when they were watching us, you see what's happening here? These children have been sitting there for 4 hours. Have you seen a snack? Nobody's had a snack. Nobody has said, I'm bored. No, they just had to sit there.
I don't know how they did. How
No
did they
snack.
train them for
By
the
the way,
no snacks?
A
lollipop?
Wait, do you think you had snacks when you were a child?
No, I definitely did not.
Nobody had snacks.
We
This
did
new
it.
phenomenon of
snacks.
And
you know what? Let's end the snacks right now.
Let's end it.
Forget snacks. Pirates
Wait.
booty? Goodbye.
Yeah, because you know why? Our kids are going to survive.
Yeah, without a snack.
But Prince Louis did have one picture. I think, what was the one with he liked to stick his tongue out. It's so cute.
Y'all, that is...
What are you talking about? I just was wondering if we have that. Yeah, okay. It's just how youngsters act sometimes. It happens. Don't we have another youngster? Yeah. Okay, good. I just wanted to see that. Just had to see that. Look at you. You had that glint in your eye that you still get to this day.
I was 20. By the way, I wasn't a youngster. I was in my 20s. That was stupid. I know. Okay. All right.
Wait.
No, Hoda, please stop.
I'm sorry. Every now and then you get a really big magazine, large. Most magazines aren't as large as Aspen. Aspen magazine.
Are you fat shaming me?
No, the magazine.
Oh, okay.
Can you look great?
It was nice.
Okay, so anyway, they did a beautiful, beautiful article on you. Hold on.
Okay.
Aspen. Oh, you were at the Aspen Ideas
No,
Festival.
I haven't gone yet.
Oh, you're going. You're going. Oh, wow. You know what I like? Serious Jenna. Serious Jenna doesn't make enough appearances, but you do have a very serious side. I like that. Wait, I'm so happy I can be part of the Aspen Ideas Festival where people come together and listen. I don't know that we're doing that enough. You know what? Good. Profound. Listening as a society. You're right. Oh, this is beautiful.
Okay.
Is that it?
Thank you. By the way, we took the pictures at Books Are Magic, which is my favorite bookstore. It's Emma Straub's bookstore in Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah, you love that.
You've got to take the kids there. It's very
Okay,
cool.
look how you tried to
All right,
shift
can
it.
we move on? Yeah.
Coming up next, does Taylor Swift have a new man?
Okay, the internet's buzzing, and we needed one person to come and solve this mystery. It's Justin Sylvester.
Very busy.
minute, it's time to get the scoop on all the hot celebs and Hollywood headlines.
E! News co-host Justin Sylvester is here with What's Buzzing. We also just heard moments ago, Justin, that Derek Jeter just had a son.
No.
A baby boy.
3 girls
and a boy.
He finally got the boy.
He got the boy.
Congratulations.
What would have happened if he got the 4th girl? Because I know that people that happens.
They would have celebrated.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay, so
what you got?
Swift.
Well, you guys, Taylor Swift is on tour right now, and everybody is buzzing that she may or may not have a new man because this guy, Matt Healy from the 1975, has been popping up everywhere. And The Sun reported that these two were together. Now, there were photos of them out in Nashville together.
What were they doing?
Well, leaving a party.
Oh.
There were also photos of him at the concert. But we know Taylor Swift. We know that she did not tell anybody about her relationship with Joe Alwyn for months, and it lasted 6 years.
Wait, is that him right there?
That's him right there, jamming out.
Okay.
But they've known each other for years.
I have a question. Did she really go from this boyfriend to already? Didn't this breakup just happen?
Yeah, this breakup just happened.
Yeah.
And as a registered single girl myself, let me tell you, there are only 2 reasons why you are photographed with another man after a breakup.
Yeah.
One is you want your ex to know and the world to know that you're good.
Yeah.
I am good, I'm thriving.
Yes.
Okay.
And the other reason is, in order to find another baller, you need another baller to do it.
That's true.
So if you go ahead and be photographed out with someone else is going to pick up the phone and be like, hey, I heard you back out in these streets. Can we go out for a date?
You don't think they're actually
You just
dating?
cleared it up.
No, I
You
think
don't
she
think they're
is
dating?
crumbing to let everyone know, 1, I'm good, and 2, I'm available.
Okay, all right. What else you got? Miss Beyonce's in the news again.
Okay, y'all. So Beyonce is going beyond the call of duty with this Renaissance tour because she heard my complaints about the price of the show and that I had to take out a second mortgage on Jenna's house to get the tickets. But she is going from a 2-hour show to 3 hours, no opening act.
Wait, what?
No opening act.
I told you. So I have a theory. Hoda doesn't agree, but that's because Taylor plays for 3 hours
Do you
and
really
30
think?
minutes.
You don't
3 hour,
look at what
40
the other
minutes.
guy's doing.
Oh, yes, she does, because
No,
everybody's
you don't.
talking about it.
Beyonce is all by herself.
Excuse me, let's have our guest. Do you agree with me?
I think Beyonce saw that Taylor was doing 3 hours and added a few more songs.
I have Beyonce on line 1 saying everything she does on her own.
You know what? I got Blue Ivy on line 2. Let's see who's got the answer.
You know what? I've got Jay on line 3. Okay, go
But
ahead.
not only is she going 3 hours, there were also some complaints that she was only going to sing Renaissance songs. Our producer Gavin was upset about that. But the Swedes, shout out to my gay Swedes, they got video of her in her dress rehearsal. And the songs that they heard, Crazy in Love, Naughty Girl, Love on Top.
Love on Top.
Love on Top.
I love Love on Top.
Yes, will be sprinkled in. Now, I also got a peek at the stage. Legally, I can't show it to you, but you can go ahead and Google it. And I'm going to tell you right now, it was worth the credit card that I took out in Hoda's name to get the ticket. Okay?
Wait, what? You can't describe the stage?
It's huge.
You have to just look. Okay.
You have to see it. It's huge. It's bigger than anything you have ever seen before in concert history, is what I'm hearing.
Wow.
It is. I can't describe it legally, but we're going to have some fun.
Okay, you got to talk about Yellowstone.
Yes.
What's going on?
Y'all, apparently this Mercury in retrograde has hit Kevin Costner like a freight train. Not only is Yellowstone being canceled, you know, he's going through the divorce. He couldn't make the Golden Globes because he was trapped inside of his house. I mean, I thought...
Yeah, remember?
Oh, that's right.
It's all
Who
nuts.
said that? She
can't
was
remember.
funny. She was on our show.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. We don't remember anything.
Well, I have some bad news.
Regina Hall.
And some good news about Yellowstone. The bad news is you will never see Kevin Costner in Wranglers again after November 5th because that's when the final season is airing.
Wranglers.
But the good news is we get to look at Matthew McConaughey potentially because he is set to come on a sequel of Yellowstone that they will reboot after Kevin Costner's Yellowstone goes away.
So that Yellowstone is over, for
Yellowstone
sure.
after November 5th, pending the writer's strike, will be over, but you get one more season.
Okay.
Oh,
him
it's
in
in the
those tight
can.
jeans.
Okay, good.
Got it.
Thanks, Justin. We
love
love you.
Justin.
Thank
We
you
love
for
you guys.
flying to be with
I'll see you
us.
next week.
We love
See you at
you.
Hoda's house.
Okay, good. You can catch Justin weeknights at 11 on our sister network, E.
Coming up next, our pal Andy Cohen is here. We're going to talk fatherhood, his love life, and much more.
His love
Gotta
life.
black out, baby.
His love life.
Yeah. We're doing that. Coming up tomorrow.
Actor and director Emilio Estevez brings back a very personal project.
And don't miss Donna's knock-knock surprise for a beloved teacher.
Plus, 2 marvelous moms get makeovers for Mother's Day.
That's all Tuesday on Hoda and Jenna.
Andy Cohen may be a media mogul, but lately, as a father of two, Andy has less time for late night parties and more time for playground playdates.
And now he's airing all his most recent dirty laundry and diapers. What? In his new book, it's called The Daddy Diaries, The Year I Grew Up.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wait, the year you grew up?
Are you grown up?
What do
Can't
you mean?
tell?
What does that mean?
This is grown up me. Yeah, I
How
figured
is
it
about
out.
grown up you?
You know what? Writing a diary and publishing it is an exercise in, you kind of don't need a shrink when you're telling it all to the diary and putting it out there. It was really my kind of meditation. I'm sure you're a big journaler.
Yeah, I am.
I mean,
And a
how did I ever
meditator.
know?
Yeah.
And meditator.
Yes.
But this was my meditation for a year. It was really my place where I could not only tell funny stories and drop names and be shady and spill the gossip, but also really kind of figure out where I'm at with this whole parenting thing and how I'm dealing with it. And
It is a sincere, like, jokes aside, because it's also hilarious.
Yeah.
I had to redo my makeup. But it is also a meditation on fatherhood.
Yeah.
For sure.
And it was something you always wanted.
Yeah.
And yet, I'm sure there were years where you thought maybe it wasn't possible.
I just thought, well, first of all, when I came out, if you were coming out in the 80s, there was no way that you were thinking of having kids as a gay guy. But also, I was never at a place in my life where I wanted it. But writing the other two diaries, I got to the point where I was kind of like, is that all there is? Am I just going to be a late night party guy, hosting this show? There has to be something more for me. And this was it. And it's incredible. And I feel so grounded and lucky and grateful. And it's going to take me to the next chapter.
Oh.
What's the next chapter?
Well, just me and the kids.
Oh.
Yeah.
But do you think, like, I wonder...
And my lover.
Who's your lover?
And who isn't?
No, I want to ask you about your lover because you've asked Hoda, so I feel like it's fair
game.
to say, now, do you have...
I'm not. I'm single right now. I'm
What do you
dating. I'm
want?
active on Tinder and Raya.
You
if
are?
you see me swipe, I am.
What are you
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for someone strong, independent. You know what? It's as simple as this, and you can tell this pretty quickly. You're kind of looking for the person that you want to tell everything to at the end of the day, which is, by the way, lightning in a bottle.
Complicated.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's complicated.
And also-
just that person.
And also with your kids, I mean, that's also a whole different dynamic. How do you think your kids have changed you?
How haven't they changed me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just grounded. I have more purpose. I'm doing things that I never thought that I could. I mean, he was kind of sitting on my head this morning at 6:40 in the morning, wanting to tell me that he's decided that Elsa is actually a mean person. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what? The good news is I got to be on the Today Show in about a half an hour, so tell me all about it. Let's get into
What's his
it.
theory on Elsa becoming
She was
mean?
mean in the castle. When they came, I said she was figuring out her ice powers. You have to give her the grace.
Yeah, that's
Give
true.
her the
I
grace.
said,
Look
it's
at you.
okay.
Wait,
I can be mad too.
Yeah.
man.
Can we just ask, because every time I come on your show, like, my dad's texting, like, this wasn't a good look, or,
Oh
or
my
like...
God, it's on GW's
Yes,
radar?
well, only because every time, and it's not just me,
Yes.
it's a lot, everyone.
Yeah.
You get everybody to spill the tea.
That's right.
What? How?
It's my job. That's what I'm here for.
But it's our job.
And
but
we
you
don't
do
do
it
it.
better.
I know.
What do you do? But
I
how do
know.
you do it?
What's
Because you
your
do it.
secret?
You kind of
Keeping it upbeat, positive, sliding it in there.
Slipping it in the side
yeah.
door. All right, we're going to play, since you like games, we're going to play one with you. This is a game we're calling Blanking News.
Okay,
All right?
great. This is like Mad Lib.
Yes.
Yeah, it is,
So-
exactly. Okay, so we're going to read a headline with the blank, and you fill it in.
Here we go. Here's the first one. Andy Cohen says Vanderpump reunion is going to be...
Confrontational.
Okay. All
Were you
right,
shocked
okay.
by that whole thing?
Yes.
You were. Okay.
Okay.
Andy Cohen says Hoda Kotb should date.
Oh my God. Who's single that I want you to date? Oh man, come back to me on that.
Okay, we're coming back.
Our
hot girl
Is
summer.
Lester Holt single?
No!
Lester Holt. Because they're both news people.
I know, boring.
Okay,
I mean, not him, but just,
No, love him.
I meant that. I love
Yeah, well,
Lester.
it's because, but he's married
He's
long
he's a
time.
grandfather. All right, hot girl summer is out. Andy Cohen says blank summer is in.
Hot boy summer.
Oh, yeah. Like it.
Okay, Andy Cohen's DMs with blank have leaked. I don't know what that means, but it sounds gross.
I hope no one.
All right. Andy Cohen says Molly Shannon is
amazing, hysterical, heartfelt, a great author, the greatest.
Yes, she's here.
She's here.
She's coming up.
Hopefully, she just
I
heard you
love
say all that.
I'm the biggest Molly Shannon fan. Who should Hodes date?
What did you think?
I'm trying to set her up with somebody.
Who?
Really? Someone
anybody.
specific? She likes a Jewish man.
Yeah, she does.
She likes a Semite. Yeah.
Can you think of any?
I'm going to
that's
go to
single?
the shul and try to find a single Jewish
Do you
guy
think
for
she
her.
should get online?
Yeah, I do. I've been. Yeah, what?
I've never done that.
We're going to talk about that.
Okay.
I think maybe Raya. I think you should date an influencer. Let's go to Coachella together.
You're so crazy.
Yeah.
Please,
She
you guys.
actually is so fun at a music festival.
Okay,
No
it's
doubt.
the best. All right, you guys, check out this book. It's called The Daddy Diaries, The Year I Grew Up. That's at today.com/books. Andy, congratulations.
Andy,
I really appreciate
It's a
it.
blast.
It's like David Sedaris, funny, but also heartfelt and really lovely. So you guys.
That's a pull quote, Jenna Bush. Can we use
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, look who's here. The amazing, hysterical. What else did he say?
Molly.
Yes, Molly Shannon. We're going to talk about her recent return to the SNL stage, her sitcom, and much more. Coming up.
Molly Shannon is comedy royalty, entertaining us for decades. And guys, the hits just keep coming.
Her HBO Max sitcom, The Other Two, is back for its third season. People love it. But first, we have lots to catch up with Molly on.
Hi,
Molly.
Molly.
Hi, Hoda. Hi, Jenna. Oh, my gosh, we love you.
We love
my
you, and we
gosh.
love that you hosted SNL.
How
was that, going back to that stage?
I have to tell you, Hoda and Jenna, I was so nervous.
Were you?
It's kind of like a muscle that you haven't worked out for a while, but the second you do it, it all
Look at
comes
you.
back to you.
And were your kids in the audience watching?
Yes, my
your
kids
teenagers?
were, Stella and my daughter and Nolan, my son, and my husband were all in the audience. And it was, my kids had come to the show for the 40th, but they were so little then.
Yeah. Gosh,
so this
look at
was
them.
oh, that's
They're
Nolan and that's
adults.
Stella. Yeah, so it was just so special having them there to see the show because they don't remember when they were little when they came. So just for them to experience
Did they
that,
think
it
you were
was-
funny? Did they?
They did. They
did.
liked it. But I was going to say, just to have outlived my mom, who died when I was 4, and to then experience that with my kids, it was so deeply special to me. That was my favorite part of the whole thing.
I was talking to Hoda this morning about your beautiful memoir because I feel like you are this light and full of humor, but you did live, some heart-aching, painful moments.
Yes.
What did you learn from both of your parents that helped you mother your kids? Because I know being a mother is your most important job.
Oh, what did I learn? Well, I would say my dad always had like a zest for life. Like he was always like, likes to have fun and make games out of things. So that kind of joie de vivre. And he was silly.
Yeah.
And he wasn't strict about school. So I recommend that. He was very like, oh, don't worry and don't get stressed out. He didn't
Yeah,
He didn't
well,
put pressure
now
when kids are so
Yes,
worried about everything.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's gotten so much harder with the international competition. But and then my mom, when I was really little, before she died, I distinctly remember I was worried about making friends. This was when I was 4, and I saw a girl on her bike, and I was like, I wonder if I'm gonna have friends. And she was like, I think you're gonna have a lot of friends. And she taught me how to go up to a little girl, introduce myself, and so both of them.
Who taught you how to be a mom? Because it wasn't modeled.
So interesting, Hoda. Right? It wasn't. It's so strange. Like, now being the mom of teenagers, I'm like, I have no. Reference point. So that's such a good question. But I didn't learn that because my mom, I was so little when she died. But I just try to do a really good job, and I read a lot of books, like parenting books. And
I feel like it's instinctive. You're such a good human being. It really must translate. And you've got.
Thank you. And one thing I was going to say was, I try not to believe the stuff about teenagers. Like the people, oh, it's so hard. I really think that if you go into that thinking that you could almost perpetuate that, because that has not been my experience at all. I love being the mother to teens. And I was saying, too, that I always ask my kids, do you have any notes about me or how I could be a better parent? And if they do give me a note, I'm like, okay, I'll work on that. And
Do you know
I feel
what
like that's good.
also says about you is that you're totally confident in yourself. Like, you're hearing one thing, like, it'd be better if you did this, does not break you. You're
exactly
grown.
And you learn so much about yourself, so it's good.
Okay, I also want to copy you because I heard you once dressed up as a babysitter and tried to prank your children.
Yes, we did. We tricked my son and his friend, my son Nolan and his friend, I think, Walker. And my daughter and I pretended that there was a new babysitter coming to meet for a job interview, like a weird babysitter nanny. So my daughter Stella dressed me up in like a wig and these weird glasses. And I appeared outside while they were up in the window, and I waved with like a leaf. And Nolan and Walker were looking outside, and they were like, she looks so weird. And they didn't know it was me. So we used to do stuff like that.
I'm dying. Okay, wait, we have to fact check some things.
Well, yeah, we were digging into your history and your past. Okay. I think this was on Wikipedia, so it's worth checking out. You were a food
demo
girl, according to Wiki.
Yes, it was so fun. I worked at Marina Del Rey and Gelson's, and I passed out samples of Huxtable's liver pate, and it was so fun.
Wow. I don't know that would be my first choice. What about a cheese cube? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You prefer a cheese cube. But it's really fun giving people free food because they come up and talk to you, and you learn a lot about people.
List your jobs that you had. So you did that.
I did that. I worked at Cravings Restaurant on Sunset Boulevard as a hostess, and I got so known for being a hostess that they had a really good grilled lemon chicken salad. So whenever people would see me outside of there, they would recognize me from the restaurant, and they would go, grilled lemon chicken salad. And then I was like,
that's not my name.
I didn't want to be known
we don't
for that.
have that much time, but we have to hear about your wardrobe malfunction.
Oh my gosh. So this is the craziest story, Jenna and Hoda. When I got nominated for an Emmy early on, I think when I was on Saturday Night Live, and it was when I was kind of new to showbiz, and my wonderful publicist, Melissa Cates, I think, or maybe it was before I had Melissa, I'm not sure, but anyhow, I got hooked up with a designer who was like a new designer, and I don't think the dress was perfectly fitted because she was newer. And I went on the red carpet, and I was so excited, my moment of glory, and I waved to all the fans, and it was like a halter, and it fell down. I was completely topless, ladies.
What?
And I didn't realize it, and I was waving topless. Hello, Hollywood. Molly Shannon. And it was Melissa. I had to come and lift the dress up.
Did you die?
And then I saw Julia Roberts a few weeks later at like some event, and she was like,
"Girl,
the dress? Yeah, that is the dress. I think it was that. Yeah.
One moment later, there it goes.
Yes. And
thankfully, nobody has
Julia Roberts saw me at this thing, and she was like, girl, I saw you. You rallied. And I was like, oh, my God. Can you imagine? But it was before the internet.
Yeah, thank God.
So much happened.
But can you imagine that I didn't know that it was down? I was
like, hey, Hollywood. All right, wait, Molly, don't go anywhere. You're going to be joined by your co-star, Helena York, from The Other Two, coming up right after this.
Oh, my God.
Okay, that is hilarious.
with Molly Shannon and Helena York, who star in the HBO Max sitcom that everybody's buzzing about, The Other Two.
Yeah, Molly plays Pat, a former talk show host turned network owner, and Helena plays her daughter Brooke, who is a talent manager. You guys, this show is like lightning in a bottle. People love it.
Yes.
Helena, what was it about this character that you were like, okay, I'm in?
I think we're all kind of a disaster, and she does that for us. I think that, you know, being a person that sort of dives headfirst into an empty pool, maybe doesn't think necessarily before she speaks. It's a character that I think people are into, and I think people like the show because it's a family that really loves each other as opposed to like at each other's throats in the entertainment.
Could you believe that story that Molly just told before the commercial break? Have you
No.
ever heard that?
I couldn't believe I hadn't heard it. I was like, I just love like Hollywood.
I love that too. So you were shooting this with a baby?
3-month-old?
A 3-month-old?
Yeah, I found an apartment for my mom like a couple blocks away, and she lived here and looked after him while we shot the 3rd season. And it was just
look
great.
at that baby!
Oh. Don't you just want to eat him?
Yes, I do.
Get out the knives and forks, lady.
And salt and pepper.
Y'all are crazy. But also, I heard that you really looked up to Molly. I mean, we've been talking to Molly about her mothering and her advice all morning. So
well, Molly's always given amazing advice, like has always, and will like listen to all your little nuances, like who you're dating and like what's going on, and like really get into it. And then, you know, when I had a kid, I got home from the hospital and there was this huge basket from Zabar's, and I was like, who sent me 500 bagels? And it was Molly Shannon. Like knew exactly what I would have needed in that moment. And I was like eating arugula and was like, this is hard.
I love that. The chemistry between you guys is incredible. Have y'all worked together? Is this the first time you guys
This is the first time we've worked together.
What is it about her, Helena, that makes her so kind of magical?
Helena's hilarious, first of all, and she's just really open. Like I said, we formed a fast, easy friendship because we would talk about private stuff, and that really does help with the on-screen relationship when you naturally connect and talking about dating, now marriage, and motherhood and kids, and you have a fast, and then of course, so you can translate that to the performance, hopefully.
And watching Molly and how much she prioritizes her family and her 2 kids, it's like, you can get so bogged down in like what this industry is and what we have to do and like fight to get to the top. And and I think that what's really important is what's at home, and you've been an amazing example to me.
Thank you. That's
you
so
guys, can we just say
sweet.
Happy Mother's Day to y'all?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you. I forgot.
It's
That's right,
this
Mother's
weekend.
Day. Oh my
But what you
gosh.
said about being a parent to teen moms was so beautiful, and I think we're going to take that.
Yes, for anyone who missed it, it's like, don't always think the worst years are the teen years, because then you're putting it out in the universe,
Yeah, you're
right?
almost making that true. I feel that people that think that can almost perpetuate that myth or whatever.
We're all learning.
Yeah, no.
You guys, this is awesome.
Oh my gosh, we love
Please
you both.
stream
It's
season
so
3
good.
of The Other Two. It's on HBO Max.
Coming up next, the TikTok star who's becoming a singing sensation, Avery Anna, performs her latest hit right after this.
Y'all
Why would they want to after they found me crying on the bathroom floor?
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Avery became an overnight singing sensation on TikTok. She's posting videos of her performances recorded in her parents' bathtub.
It's good acoustics.
That's right, to her nearly 2 million followers.
Yeah, recently she released her debut EP. Her breakout hit, Narcissist, is certified gold. And right now, Avery is making her morning TV debut. We're so happy.
Oh my you got to tell us about the tub.
So the acoustics were just so good in there. It was during COVID. I was really bored. And I've been singing and writing songs my whole life, but I just went into there and then one day decided to post a TikTok and...
Is that crazy?
And
it's like a rocket ship.
It totally blew up and, you know, it's funny because like 2 days after my mom was like, those aren't real people. And it turns out they are real people. They're really real people.
You know what's amazing is that you, as you've said, you've been singing and writing music your whole life. Here you are. You're having this moment. What does it feel like?
Honestly, someone pinch me, please. It's crazy. It's really awesome.
Well, your lyrics are beautiful. Your singing voice is amazing. What are you going to sing for us?
I'm going to sing a new single called Self-Love. I kind of wrote it just from a personal place. Something that I've always struggled with is giving yourself the same love that you give to other people.
100%. Boy, that's beautiful sentiment.
Take it away,
Avery.
Thank you. You're so pretty. I say that to a random girl in the bathroom. I forgive my stupid exes like I have to. Text my friends just to say I'm checking on you. What it must be like to be on the other side of me, always smiling nice and sweet, deep down in reality. I hate the way self-love sounds. I hate that I need some right now. I hate this dumb self-love song, 'cause I'm the only one. I don't let myself I was supposed to write out 10 things I like about me. I only got to 3. What does that say about therapy? I posted a caption saying treat yourself nice. For the life of me, I can't seem to take my own advice. So it must be like to be thriving in high self-esteem. Confidence is so mainstream. Maybe it's just not for me. I hate the way self-love sounds. I hate that I need some right now. I hate this dumb self-love song, 'cause I'm the only one. I don't let myself What it must be like to be anybody else but me. I hate the way self-love sounds. I hate that I need some right now. I hate this dumb self-love song, 'cause I'm the only one. I don't let myself I'm the only one. I don't let
Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Those lyrics are awesome.
Amazing.
Oh, my
Thank you.
gosh.
Great.
That
Thank
was
you,
great.
thank
Y'all
you.
are awesome, too. Thank you.
guys.
Avery,
It was a
great
beautiful
job.
song.
Self-Love out now. Tickets to see Avery live on sale now.
Oh my
Come
gosh,
on,
people
girl.
are going to be lining up.
We're so
that was
proud of you.
incredible.
Congratulations.
And we'll be back right after this.
It's like Anthony.
I know.
tomorrow. Emilio Estevez will be here.
Plus, Donna goes knocking and surprises a deserving teacher.
And two moms get Mother's Day makeovers.
That sounds like a great Tuesday.
It does.
Today was an incredible
I
Monday.
loved it. Get Avery Anna's new CD.
Bye.
Bye.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This is crazy. This is like, it's like the best floral arrangement I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen.
I love mushrooms. I mean, I really, really love mushrooms. They are an essential part of a plant-based lifestyle because they're such an easy swap for meat. But I've got lots of questions about fungi. How do they grow? Where do they grow? And which types have the most unique texture? I'm gonna learn all about their culinary range with chef and mushroom enthusiast, my friend, Sophia Rowe. Then I'll travel to Colorado to see how mushroom roots are being transformed into a hearty new protein. But first, I want to learn some basics, so I'm heading out to Smallholds, an innovative farm in Brooklyn, New York. Let's go. When you think about mushrooms, you probably think of those capped little fungi. But there are literally thousands of edible mushrooms out there, and no, I'm not talking about that kind of mushroom.
A lot of people think that they don't like mushrooms because they're used to eating the same mushroom, and they think all mushrooms are the same, but they're not. It's like saying you don't like mushrooms is like saying you don't like plants. Like the differences between a trumpet and an oyster and a button mushroom, it's like saying like an almond tree versus a head of lettuce and an apple. You know, they're very different.
Andrew Carter and Adam DiMartino founded Smallholds, an organic mushroom farm, in 2017. They share a passion for rare mushroom varieties and want to bring those tastes and textures to more people.
There's a whole kingdom out there, and everyone's used to eating the same mushroom. A white and a brown mushroom and a portobello mushroom, they're all the same mushroom.
That's right, white button, cremini, and portobello are all the same type of mushroom. Their scientific name is agaricus, if you want to be fancy about it.
The industry grows those because that's what they're used to growing. Consumers are used to consuming those. You can look at other regions, like if you go to China or Japan or Korea, the mushroom industry is way more advanced than it is here. It's like consumers in certain regions are eating 10 to 20 times as much mushrooms as people are in the United States.
So what were your first steps to starting Smallhold?
The early beginning was building out a lab in a basement at a house, and it looked crazy.
Andrew and Adam started experimenting with trumpet mushrooms. After perfecting the process, they expanded to shiitake and oyster. In just 5 years, that basement startup moved into a shipping container, then to their first farm in Brooklyn. The company has grown rapidly with funds from dozens of investors and a soaring demand for mushrooms.
Over the last few years is that people really started getting interested in food as medicine, trying to eat less meat, trying to be sustainable, trying to eat local. All of these things ended up just kind of centering around mushrooms.
In 2020, organic mushroom sales grew by 20%. Feeding that demand, Smallholds now grows 15 different types of mushrooms, producing a whopping 1.5 million pounds each year for hundreds of grocery stores and restaurants. Mushrooms are grown by a process called inoculation.
A spore is placed deep inside a substrate, like a log. The spores germinate, then feed on the wood, growing into mycelium, or mushroom roots.
This fruiting body is probably like 4 or 5 days old.
It takes about 4 weeks for the roots to be fully grown. That's when cute baby mushrooms called pins start to appear on the surface. In about a week, they're ready to harvest.
Fungi are its own kingdom. They're functionally more similar to animals than they are like plants. They breathe in oxygen, they release CO2, they digest stuff, they don't go through photosynthesis, and so their interaction with the environment is just so different than plants.
Traditional mushroom farms cultivate their fungi in mulch with a mix of hay, straw, and corn cob. But Smallhold is focused on growing in urban areas to make the entire operation more sustainable. City farms might seem strange, but fungi don't require a lot of light, water, or space to thrive.
Our mushrooms, we grow, they're called saprotrophic mushrooms, and so they're wood-loving mushrooms. They digest wood. All of the substrates that we're using, that's the stuff that's inside of this block. About 90% of it is sawdust.
Smallhold's mushrooms are grown in bags filled with a compound from mills and factories, so they're reusing a byproduct from the timber industry. And those futuristic containers don't just look cool.
And so these chambers themselves have really intricate controls over all the climate that they're exposed to.
That allows them to forego pesticides. Plus, the fragile mushrooms aren't susceptible to extreme weather. Can you walk me through the environmental impact of growing mushrooms?
It's one of the most sustainable products you can probably find in the grocery store. We did a big life cycle analysis, which is a large third-party analysis to understand exactly what's going on with your company. Our carbon impact was about 30% less than any other mushroom farm we could find.
Over 60% of the country's mushrooms are grown in one Pennsylvania county, which means it takes a lot of fuel to ship them across the country.
So a lot of mushrooms are actually imported from overseas, and so the carbon footprint of those is really crazy.
Smallhold's mushrooms are grown in Brooklyn, Los Angeles, and Austin, Texas. They also operate over a dozen mini farms, custom-built tanks that can grow mushrooms inside restaurants and grocery stores. With farms in strategically placed cities, Smallhold plans to reduce carbon emissions by continuing to ship locally.
When you're buying a product from Smallhold, like a fresh mushroom in a grocery store, it was grown close to there. And so we have a national brand, like you can be from New York and go to LA and recognize Smallhold on the shelf, but those mushrooms were grown in LA.
Most mushrooms also have a naturally meaty texture, which makes them a great vegetarian swap.
The more people eat these products, generally speaking, they're eating less meat, whether they realize it or not. And so every time we get someone to eat a little less beef or a little less chicken, then we think that we have a larger impact on the planet because it's less carbon intensive, less water intensive.
Okay, Andrew, we're gonna harvest these mushrooms, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, we have blue oysters, we have lion's mane, yellow oysters, and trumpet mushrooms. But we can start with the blue oyster.
Let's do
This
it.
one's pretty fun because, you can't make any promises, but a lot of the time you kind of get the whole thing just in one pick.
Whoa!
Like that. Here you go. And so, big blue oyster
Wait, this
mushroom.
is so dense.
Yeah. You take a big cluster of mushrooms and you shove garlic in here, whatever herbs you want, so thyme and rosemary, but you just kind of shove it inside the cluster itself.
You roast the whole thing?
And you just roast the whole thing. So let's try the lion's mane. So I would just pick off one of those. Yeah, there you go.
Lion's mane is so beautiful and so unique, and this to me is the most otherworldly mushroom because it just looks like no other.
When you can take it apart, it kind of peels sort of like mozzarella.
It's so
or
crazy.
A lot of people use it as a shellfish replacement.
Because you can pull it, it's
Yeah,
almost
you can
stringy.
pull it.
Next, we harvested yellow oyster mushrooms, which were more delicate than their blue cousins. They'd be perfect in a creamy soup. But even Andrew has a favorite fungi.
I love trumpets so much, so if you cut it, this isn't the best knife skills, but you can cut them like this and then you can have a nice scallop.
Yeah.
These are probably the most popular for people who are trying to imitate meat with a whole mushroom. And so the other mushrooms can give you the texture and the flavor and the nutrition and all that kind of stuff, but these can like really stand in as a fake scallop or a fake bacon.
Why do you want people to eat more mushrooms?
I mean, they're great for you. There's a lot of nutrition. They're high in fiber. They have amazing antioxidants. They have vitamin D. And what I really like about them is that they have that umami and that experience that replaces meat.
I already eat a lot of mushrooms, but I'm convinced now. Smallhold got me excited to try something with my new favorite fungi. So I invited mushroom enthusiast, James Beard award-winning chef, my friend Sophia Rowe, to my kitchen.
Hi!
My friend, Sophia, I told you this before, that we were talking about mushrooms, and I was like, listen, I can't do this without Sophia. Talk to me about the role that mushrooms play in your work and in your world.
I went to culinary school and I was sort of kind of playing in that plant-based world, and I felt like fungi and mushrooms were a really great way to encourage a lot of depth, which I feel like in plant-based cooking sometimes you kind of lose, you know? You like meat and dairy, those things create a lot of depth. It's pretty remarkable the types of flavors that you can create. And this is not a new idea. They're, particularly in Asian cultures, they've been using different kinds of fungus for forever in their cooking. But for me, that was really when I was like, okay, this is sexy.
Can you just talk to me about how you work with them?
It's almost about like, what am I trying to create? You know, if someone's a very big meat person and they want to go plant-based for a minute or for a meal, I think it's really important to cook things in the same way that you cook meat, right? Yep. And I don't even know that that's just mushrooms or just fungi, right? A lot of times with steaks, you're braising, you're roasting, you're searing. There's no reason you can't treat plants the same way.
I'm just super excited to know what we're cooking today.
Yes.
Tell me about the dish and put me to work.
All right, so what we have here is lion's mane. When I'm looking for a lion's mane, you want them to be kind of fluffy. Okay, I've been touching this one a lot. You don't want them to be slimy. You don't want them to stink. If they stink or they're slimy, they're no good. And that's kind of the rule, the general rule with any mushroom.
Yeah.
In terms of washing them, these are commercially cultivated. So they are not wild, these are not feral. So these are not gonna need to be like really, really washed. You just wanna wipe them down, they're good. Do not get your mushrooms wet. I don't like it. So this is a good one. This is a great shape. So what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna make like a lion's mushroom steak. And you'll see that I've kind of like, as I'm even talking, I'm kind of pressing this. So it's kind of like where, just for a second, we're kind of like trying to create like a little steak here, like a little hanger steak.
Why are you using lion's mane here, Sophia?
I think lion's mane is really delicious, but it's great structure. So it's really great in terms of like replacing meat. If you can't find this, you can cook an oyster mushroom or even a big portobello in exactly the same method. So the key here is you're leaving it nice and whole.
Okay.
I kind of want to press these down. So I'm just gonna score this one side. Okay.
And why are you scoring it?
So we want the flavor to get in, doggy. We want it to be inside. So we're gonna make this glaze.
All right, let's do it.
Because we're attempting to make a steak, okay? What we wanna do is we wanna help these lion's mane mushrooms along. 3 tablespoons of vegan butter. If you wanna use regular butter, that's your house and do whatever you want. All right, we like it softened like this because we're gonna be whisking it up. We want this to be like glazed texture.
Okay.
Okay. We also have coconut aminos. It's just like a soy-free soy sauce vibe. Okay, I also like it because it's a little sweet.
Yes, it is.
And for a glaze, that's really nice. So the sweetness is important because the sweetness is gonna give us caramelization. So grab the sesame.
Yes.
Get it?
Sesame oil.
Love it.
We love it.
You could use toasted if you wanted, but this is just regular old sesame oil.
Next up, ingredients to really up the umami factor: miso, Dijon mustard, and tomato paste.
We're gonna just get a good like pinch of salt in there, and then you're just gonna whiskey do, dude. So this is gonna we have this on medium heat.
Okay.
Okay. We have some grapeseed oil here. The reason we're using grapeseed is high smoking point. We're using cast iron. You don't have to use cast iron. You can use whatever you have.
So we're going score side down.
So what's gonna happen? We're gonna put them on. We're gonna get a good sear on each side, and then we're gonna brush our glaze on.
Okay.
Okay. 2 minutes. Flip it. 2 minutes. Then we're gonna take them off, and we're gonna let them rest, just like you would a
Just
steak.
like meat.
Just like meat.
Crazy.
We're gonna treat these just like meat.
I love that.
This is why we want this hot. Love it. Just drop it down. What we can do here, this is like a little tip too. You can always just
flatten it down.
Yeah, same you would do.
I'm sorry. Do you have a SoundCloud?
I do now. So just to kind of encourage again, you want to encourage that flattening, right?
Yep.
Get it nice and thin, and that way the marinade is not having to penetrate so deep. You know how to make a steak. You know how to do these mushrooms.
After 3 minutes, time for a flip.
Look it. Gorgina. So we're just gonna brush this on, almost like you're basting a steak or something.
Oh,
come on, baby.
Everything about this feels like you are Van Gogh and I am your apprentice.
Oh my God, except you could do this, but you see the sizzle and So what's gonna happen is these are gonna be sitting here, they're gonna be caramelizing, they're gonna be getting juicy. We're gonna take the rest of this glaze and we're gonna baste them a little bit.
Ooh.
So the basting method is never gonna be bad. It's always gonna be good. I mean, look how gorgeous that looks.
It's beautiful.
It's, stunning.
A few more minutes in the pan. Literally crazy.
Crazy, right?
It kind of looks like meat too.
These are gonna rest, okay?
Okay.
It's 5 minutes. He doesn't need,
Okay,
you're not
nothing
trying to,
crazy.
Nothing wild.
As the mushrooms rested, Sophia chopped up some green onions for later. Then it was time to cut into the lion's mane steaks.
It's meaty,
Can we
dog.
show them? Like, they need to know.
That looks
Everyone
really
alert.
meaty.
Alert.
But even like, it's almost like you wouldn't really know.
It just looks like chicken.
Sophia recommends serving the steaks over rice with a few garnishes. First some sesame seeds, then chili crisp, then scallions. Just like me, Sophia loves a little spice.
Come on. It's so good.
Wait, this is literally the best mushroom dish I've literally ever had.
It's so good. I love it. It is an unfamiliar ingredient cooked in a familiar format.
Correct.
So I think if you're a beginner to mushrooms, a really great thing to do is whatever you can find locally, just try cooking those mushrooms, whatever they are, in this format. Try cooking them this way.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get a completely new relationship to mushrooms. Also, for the people who are like, I hate mushrooms, just give the method a try, right?
I feel like we have to take a photo.
Let's do it.
Because like, when have we ever done a little friend cooking sesh?
Let's do it.
We need to do it.
We need a whole photo shoot.
We need a whole photo shoot. I love you. Wait, give me a hug. Thank you for coming.
Of course.
Sophia's lion's mane steak looked a lot like chicken, but one company in Colorado is completely transforming mushroom roots into an actual meat substitute. Meat substitutes are everywhere these days, and they're made with a wide variety of ingredients, from whole veggies to soy protein and different oils. Enter Meaty. Here in Boulder, Colorado, mushrooms are the main attraction, and I got an exclusive first look inside their new factory. Meaty isn't trying to replicate ground beef, they're mimicking whole cuts of meat, like steak or chicken breast.
It's like a super meat.
Yeah, it's a super meat.
Where it has all the protein you would
Yeah.
want from meat, then all the fiber and vitamins and minerals you find in plants.
Yeah.
CEO Tyler Huggins founded Meaty in 2016 after earning his PhD in environmental engineering.
Tell me your journey to Meaty and why you started this company.
Well, let's start off with meat. We have a growing population, have a high demand for protein. Meat is a growing demand. Given my history studying nature, I knew there was this really cool, magical root-like structure in the soil. Biologists call it mycelium, we call it mushroom root.
Tyler and his team developed a patent-pending process that turned the fuzzy, hair-like mycelium strands into a product that mimics the taste and texture of meat. Unlike mushrooms, you won't find the raw roots in any grocery store. Currently, Meaty sells a steak-like fillet and a faux chicken cutlet that's available plain or with a crispy breading. And this is the place where it all comes together.
This is it. This is where the magic happens right here. This is the future of food.
The mushroom roots are grown inside these giant tanks.
This is where Meaty is grown,
We
right?
essentially take one spore,
Yep.
it's like the fungi equivalent of a seed.
Okay.
We start growing up the mushroom root, and then we throw it into this tank.
The tank is filled with water that's packed with nutrients mushroom roots need to thrive.
And how long does it take to cultivate and grow and harvest Meaty?
Extremely fast. In this facility, we're able to create the meat equivalent of a whole cow in just 4 days.
So tell me how you replicate the texture of traditional meat.
And it all starts from the magic of this mushroom root. We grow it in-house in a clean environment, so no exposure to heavy metals or pesticides or herbicides or anything like that. At that state, it kind of looks like applesauce.
This is Meaty in the raw form before it's processed.
And when you form it into a chicken breast-like shape or a steak, those strands become the texture that is very similar, again, eats just like traditional meat. You can eat it just like that. That's just all natural mushroom root.
I'm gonna eat it. Okay.
It's a blank
It
canvas.
literally tastes like, I don't want to say nothing because
Yeah.
there is like a little bit of something, but it is so, like you could throw flavor and spice on that.
Including mushroom root, Meaty's chicken swap has just 4 ingredients: salt, natural flavoring, and acacia gum, a fiber used as a food stabilizer. But I had to know.
Is it healthy?
So one of our 4-ounce steak has about 18 grams of protein.
Wow.
And then it has all the fiber and other vitamins and minerals you only find in plants. No cholesterol, no saturated fat, there's no sugar in it.
Meaty is now available online, but it often sells out fast. Really fast. The company is opening a second farm to meet demand, and Meaty will soon be available on supermarket shelves.
What is the future of Meaty?
We see there's a lot of interest in alternatives to traditional meat. But what we're doing differently is whole food protein, simple ingredient list, super nutritious, and whole cuts. I think that opens up an entirely new demographic and group of folks who are excited to embrace something like this.
After hearing so much about these mushroom roots, I wanted to see how it really tasted. In Boulder, Colorado, the folks behind Meaty are turning mushroom roots into a new meat substitute. At the factory's test kitchen, they're experimenting with the best ways to cook it. I met with Debbie Downing, the company's head research chef, to learn more.
I'm so excited to try this. Will you show me how to cook it up?
It's the mushroom root, right? When you think about cooking mushrooms, it likes to soak up that oil, soak up the sauce.
Super porous, yeah.
Soak up anything that you give it. So best practices for our product is that we actually want to add oil to it first.
Right.
We want to just give a little bit of a drizzle here.
Season with salt and pepper, a little oil in the pan, then time for the cutlet.
All right, it's ready.
Oh yeah.
Sizzles really nicely.
The chicken and steak both take about 8 minutes to cook. Just like meat, the goal is to develop a nice sear for more flavor.
I think it's ready
All
to
right,
flip.
ready?
Yeah.
I just gasped. I haven't eaten chicken in a while.
Yeah.
I used to, so I know what chicken tastes like.
Yeah.
But I haven't cooked it in forever. And first of all, this is like very similar in cook. Like when you look at the browning,
Yeah.
and the caramelization around the edges.
Right, did you want to cut it?
Yeah. I'm like kind of freaking out right now.
Get into it.
I know. Sorry, Tyler. I'm just like, I'm processing. I can't get over how much it smells like chicken, and even looking at the texture, I'm gonna pick it up and just show you. Oh my God, I just touched it for the first time too. It's like the texture of it, of animal protein that you would normally see, I feel like it has that. But how?
That's the mushroom root, right? The fibers.
That's the mycelium.
Yeah, gives you that texture and that look.
This is not chicken, but it really looks like it. Okay, I'm gonna taste it. Should I taste it? This is my first time, I'm like
Yes.
stressed. Okay. Is there a mic I can drop? This is like taking me back to when I used to eat chicken. Literally. And I'm not just saying this as I'm on camera.
Next up, the steak fillet.
All right, steak. I'm trying it.
Do you need another mic to drop?
I need another mic to drop. This is insane.
Yeah.
This tastes like red meat.
I haven't had chicken nuggets in years, so I was really excited to try the crispy chicken.
This kind of takes me back to days of like growing up and eating fried chicken. Am I getting punked?
Got you.
But I wasn't done eating yet. The Meaty team had a big surprise for me.
Shut up! I'm leaving. I've seen my book.
Yep.
This is from my book. I didn't know I was gonna eat chicken and cry today.
My masala mac and cheese and cabbage salad from my cookbook both got the Meaty treatment with their chicken. I was so excited. Also on the menu, breakfast tacos and steak in a chimichurri sauce. I even got to try some products in development, a turkey deli meat and beef jerky. They were delicious.
This is not gonna be cute, I'm just warning everyone now.
It is a pretty big sandwich.
I'm taking this home. Wow. You guys are all like crazy magicians. Like something weird is going on here. Whoa. That's breakfast.
Yeah.
In true me fashion, we need to take a selfie. So if you don't mind, we're gonna get in here. All right, say meaty.
Meaty.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
This was so
Yeah.
special,
No,
truly.
thank you.
I don't know if I can go on.
My love for mushrooms has been cemented. From a delicious side dish to a show-stopping main, their culinary versatility is unparalleled. And that's what makes mushrooms truly magic.
I'm a compost queen. I have become one with the compost.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen.
Waste. From your rotten produce to your leftover takeout containers, there's a lot of it in the food system these days. A recent study found that the average US household trashes about 30% of its food. That adds up to a mind-blowing $240 billion a year, literally going in the garbage. I know waste seems like a huge problem to tackle when you're just one person, and corporations need to do their part. But a few small changes can make an impact. So today, I'm all about that low to no waste lifestyle. I'll be cooking with an expert in the sustainable food space, social star Max Lamana. Then I'm headed to a restaurant that composts all of its food waste. But first, my fridge needs a little love. So I'm headed to a low waste grocery store, and it looks like I've got some packing to do. I'm about to head out to go to Precycle, which is a zero waste grocery store in Brooklyn. The thing about a zero waste grocery store is that there's no packages, so I've got to come prepared. And luckily, I love being prepared. So I'm gonna start packing up. Precycle was started by Katerina Bogatyreeva in 2018. Her goal? Eliminate wasteful plastic from food packaging. In 2019, over 140 million tons of single-use plastics were thrown out globally. While bulk bins for dried goods have existed at health food stores for many years, Katerina had a different vision. A one-stop shop with everything from flour to produce and even cleaning supplies, all without single-use packaging. Why did you decide to start Precycle?
Well, actually, it started with my own personal struggles to live a lower waste lifestyle. When my son was 5 years old, he was in a kindergarten and he had a sustainability lesson. So one day he came home and he said, "Mommy, do you know how long the plastic will remain in a landfill?" And at that moment, it sort of like made me realize that we have a responsibility towards future generations. So I took a very close look at my own trash at home, and I realized that a lot of the waste that I create actually comes from food shopping, whether it's the packaging or food waste itself.
So we can thank your son for this establishment?
In a way, yes.
You know, it feels like a really big challenge, right, for people to overhaul all of their life choices.
It's possible to shop with creating less waste in any store. It's just kind of seeing the right products. For example, I don't know, instead of canned beans, one can buy dry beans in a bulk store using a fabric bag, or just shopping in the perimeter of the store for unpackaged produce, or going to farmer's market.
And I think a lot of people get really excited when they go to a grocery store and they want to get everything, right?
Exactly, yeah. I think shopping for 1 or 2 meals or a couple of days in advance is the key, because one tend to buy a lot, and then with every day that product sits in your fridge is less likely you're gonna use it, and that creates a lot of waste.
Katerina, not to brag or anything, but I came very prepared. So tell me how I get started.
Okay, it's very easy. So we're gonna just weigh your containers so that we know what to deduct when we check you out, all right?
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Here I go.
And the weight is 0.97. We're gonna write it with this washable marker.
Oh, that's edgy.
There we go.
Perfect. And then you're gonna deduct this from whatever I'm putting in here.
Exactly.
Amazing, that's so easy. Forgot containers? Don't worry. The store has a selection of glass jars and reusable bags.
So Sama, what are you making today?
Honestly, what am I not making today, Katerina? But actually, I came here specifically to make a pasta.
Oh, wonderful. I have a really nice selection for you. Come this way.
So this variety is amazing. Where do you source all of these amazing ingredients from?
So about 95% of all the products in the store are sourced locally, and about 80 hyper locally. So this pasta is from New Jersey, and this is made in upstate New York.
Wow. I also loaded up on my favorite kitchen staples, like moong dal, cashews, and of course, a ton of dates. This is the only appropriate size to get some measurable dates, okay? Precycle even has extra virgin olive oil and honey on tap. Even the tofu here comes without wrapping. feels very overwhelming on where to start. Do you have a couple easy, actionable tips for somebody looking to reduce their waste?
Some of the simple ones are reusable water bottle, your own coffee cup if you go to a coffee shop, or just simply bringing a bag. Or if you want to challenge yourself, and maybe that's the next step, you can also look into just what waste you're creating and pick an item that you can replace or source differently that works for you. I think it's a very individual journey. There's no recipe that fits all.
Single-use plastics are nearly impossible to avoid at most grocery stores. But shopping at Precycle gave me a new perspective on what's possible.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So nice to meet you, and thank you for having me in.
It also had me wondering, how can I waste less in the kitchen? Up next, I've got a virtual cooking lesson with Max Lamana, a vegan chef known for his tasty and sustainable recipes. Back at my apartment, I couldn't wait to get cooking. To help upgrade my low-waste game, I called on London-based chef Max Lamana. Max is a vegan social star who focuses on sustainable cooking, and I am here for it.
Max, it's so good to see you and chat with you. We are online Instagram friends, but not real life, and this is as close as we're gonna get right now since you're in London.
Hopefully when we meet in real life in IRL, we could be friends as well.
We can be friends and we can cook in person, but for now we're cooking online. Can you talk to me about your background and also what you sort of specialize in when it comes to food?
Yeah, I'm a low-waste chef. I started cooking maybe about 15 years ago. My first job was in a pizza restaurant, and I've kind of just worked every single position in a restaurant. So yeah, a few years ago, I started seeing the problem that we're all currently living with, because at the end of the day, it's not just food that we're wasting, it's money, it's time, it's energy, it's water, it's transportation, it's packaging. There's so much that goes into the production of food that just throwing away food doesn't make any sense.
In 2019, Americans threw away over 133 billion pounds of food.
The major culprits are typically fresh fruits and fresh vegetables, and potatoes and bread. So a lot is being thrown away, but we as consumers can make small changes every day to waste less food.
On Instagram, Max teaches his 1 million followers easy, low-waste food tips. One in particular went pretty viral. Yes, you really can eat an entire strawberry, stems, leaves, and all.
Okay, I'm really excited to get cooking with you. So can you tell me what we are making today?
Are you ready? We are making cauliflower Alfredo. That's it. Simple, easy.
But
delicious.
there is a little no waste secret because we're gonna use the entire thing, right?
The entire thing, nothing's going to waste, Sama. Everything, yes. The core, the leaves, even this guy right here, the florets, everything.
First up, prepping our cauliflower.
I've just have a saucepan of water behind me, and that's on a low boil right now. It doesn't get much simpler than this. You don't need to prep or cut or do anything. You just literally take the entire cauliflower, submerge it in the water for about 5 minutes until it gets fork tender. But I am gonna put some salt in there. You with me, Sama?
I'm with you, but I'm just gonna chop it up super roughly before I add it into my steaming basket.
You can also save your leaves, and if you wanted to, you can roast them in the oven, and they would be nice and crunchy and crispy, a little soft and tender on the inside. Without further ado, Sama, I'm ready to give this cauliflower a bath.
The cauliflower steams for about 5 minutes, just until fork tender. Now, onto the garlic.
What you can do with garlic peelings. You can actually eat the whole entire garlic peeling as well, but we won't do that here today.
You're not gonna demo that for me? I'm upset.
I won't demo that for you. I'm not gonna eat it. No, I'm not. So, 2 things you can do. You can dehydrate the skin. Once it gets nice and dried, you can blend it into a powdery consistency, and that can be basically a powder that can go into any kind of like soups, stews, or stir fries. The other thing I like to do is that I actually keep my peelings. Yeah, I keep my peelings, and we'll make a veg stock afterwards.
Max sauteed his garlic in olive oil for a subtle sweetness, but I'm leaving mine raw for a spicier kick.
So I love this recipe because the sauce is super easy. So you're literally just adding all of the ingredients into a blender.
I'm just gonna cut right down the cauliflower.
My cauliflower is finally done. Okay, so we're both adding our cauliflower, florets, stems, leaves, all of the above.
I will add my garlic and pasta water.
Okay, so I'm gonna add my garlic in, and then I'm also going to add a little bit of my reserve pasta water, just a touch. And this will just help it blend, and also it's a nice way to not waste our pasta water. It gets everything really nice and velvety. You are using silken tofu for this recipe, right? And I'm gonna use hummus. So this is kind of a nice alternative. If you don't do soy, you can try it with hummus. If you do like soy, you can try it with tofu. So we've got options for everyone. And what do you think the tofu adds to your Alfredo, Max?
Tofu is adding protein, but it's also adding another layer of creaminess as well. Maybe a lighter creaminess than the hummus, but still creamy.
Do you have lemon in yours?
We have lemon.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab my lemon.
Yep.
And I wanna ask you what you do with lemon peel.
The peel itself has so much flavor in it. If I'm gonna use the juice, I use the zest first and then use the juice. The other thing I like to do as well, if I'm not gonna use my lemons in time, I blend the whole entire lemon.
Really?
With some water, and then I pour them into ice cube trays, freeze it, and next day I have frozen lemon cubes. And then I can add some, sparkling water.
That's really nice. I'm gonna try that.
Half the lemon gets zested right into the blender. The rest is saved for later.
We've got a lot of our elements in here, but now we're gonna go in with some nutritional yeast, right? A little bit of cheesiness, a savory flavor. All right, what are you adding next?
I'm gonna add some vegan Parmesan.
Nice. So this is cool because we've got the nutritional yeast for that cheesy flavor. You're using some vegan parm. And then the cauliflower, the tofu, the hummus, they all add these really nice, creamy elements, right?
This is my preparation dance for once it's all coming together. It's like,
I had some leftover veggie stock, so I poured that in for a little extra flavor.
I'm practicing.
Enough dancing. Time to get blending again.
I just hit the switch. Oh.
The 2 creamy sauces are complete.
I'm ready for the pasta.
Do you also have some fettuccine?
I do. I'm using fettuccine pasta.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna probably add a little bit of the sauce into the pan to start, just to get it nicely coated with the pasta, and then I'll go ahead and add the pasta in there, and then I'll go ahead and add some of the rest of the sauce.
There are some other things you can do with the sauce because there's quite a bit of it, right?
Totally.
So what you could end up doing with the sauce is use it for soups, use it for stews, use it for even a dip. I mean, I think having a bit of like a chip in there is
really
actually
good.
quite nice.
Okay, so I'm gonna add my pasta into my little pan and the rest of my sauce. It's so creamy. It's like luscious. Love a saucy pasta, so I love recipes that yield a lot of sauce because I'm like, let's go, you know?
A gentle toss in the sauce ensures every piece of pasta is well coated.
I'm ready to plate up, Sama.
I'm ready to plate up too, Max. Okay, so I'm gonna save this pasta sauce for tomorrow, but you could also freeze it too, so that's another option.
Time to give this pasta a no-waste taste.
So we've got our pepper, we've got our lemon zest, we've got our salt. What do you want to garnish with? The lemon zest?
Off on the side, just on top, some lemon zest.
Beautiful.
I'm happy with the result. How's it looking on your end?
Delicious. You know what I think we both have in common is that our phones eat before us. Shall we grab a little photo?
Phones do eat before us.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready to eat. You ready to eat?
I'm ready, yeah. Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This is so unexpected and so good. So creamy.
That's what I was just gonna say, is that this is very, very creamy.
So what are some tips that you have, some other tips for people who are looking to reduce their waste in the kitchen and while they're cooking?
I think the most practical and easy thing is to cook the food you already have before going out and buying more food. Then shopping and creating a list with that shopping list. And stick to that list, don't go off the list, buying other different bits and bobs. Like, stick to that list. But before you go there, I think find recipes that work with your schedule. Donating food is a great option, but also my favorite, compost. Composting food shows that food is going back into the earth, back into the soil to give rich nutrients to the soil, giving rich nutrients to the plants that grow our food.
Max, this was so much fun. And thank you for doing your work and educating and inspiring people to cook and eat no waste and low waste. It's incredible.
That's delicious.
This recipe is gonna be on repeat for me.
Composting is a crucial part of a low-waste lifestyle. At Papille Gustative in Santa Monica, the owners are committed to composting 100% of leftover food. They operate their own kitchen-to-compost facility where scraps are turned into nutrient-rich mulch.
Let me show you around our low-waste establishment.
Let's do it! Papille gustative translates to taste buds in Latin. It's run by Kalen Senchak and his wife Marina. They use simple but effective methods to cut down on waste.
So starting with the to-go, everything is compostable. Starting from the lids, the trays, of course the napkins, and all the cutlery is made out of wood or out of compostable material, paper straws. Even our trash bags, if you see, there's a special trash bags that are compostable as well.
Even the restaurant's napkins are hand-sewn from recycled jean scraps. And to avoid plastic in the kitchen, chefs use only glass bowls and containers. And what happens, Kaylin, to maybe the fruit or vegetables that aren't perfect when you receive them?
We make jams, we make pastries, and for that we actually look for fruits and vegetables that might be aesthetically blemished, right? But they are perfect. And we hate to see the farmers have to throw those away.
You have a really huge compost mission with this restaurant. Can you show me how that's kind of done back here as well?
Yes, this is our own compost, which is coffee, food, greens, eggshells, avocado peels, everything else.
Eggshells even.
Yes,
That's
of course, eggshells. Eggs and coffee actually are one of the best things that you can feed the soil for plants, yes? Because the calcium, because of all the other nutrients, so that makes your garden beautiful.
I am so excited and ready to try your food, Kaylin. Should we get into it?
Absolutely, let's try everything.
Let's do it.
Marina and Kaylin are both passionate about building sustainable habits, which led them to the food industry.
What was your inspiration behind starting this restaurant?
First, we actually were inspired just to open a coffee shop, coffees and teas, single origin, like really good quality. But then eventually people were asking us about more. They wanted food, they wanted breakfast, they wanted lunch, and we expanded gradually.
But Kaylin and Marina are just as focused on what happens after the tables are cleared.
You own the composting process from start to finish, even the facility. Can you tell me about that process from start to finish?
We have this little property in downtown where we have another company, and we are thinking, why don't we use that, right? So we did a little research, and then it became clear that's very easy to compost if you really put your heart into it. So all you have to do is dig some holes, aerate them properly, and just mix all your compost there, and then eventually you can use it from growing crops.
What do you think the restaurant industry can learn from your low waste model?
Well, they will learn that's actually very easy to do. You only have to commit, you only have to put a system in place, and it's going to make a great impact at the end of the day.
You have kids, and this mission is really important to saving our earth, right?
Absolutely. We're doing for the future generation, we do it for our kids, we do it for everybody.
For their kids and their kids and for all the generations, yeah.
The food here speaks for itself. They even have vegan croissants.
This makes me so happy. I can never have croissants. It's very important for me to take a photo of everything because otherwise I'll forget, and this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
After lunch, my leftover scraps went straight into the compost bin.
No food waste.
In Santa Monica, California, Papille Gustative is on a mission to stop food waste. I helped load up the truck that will take their kitchen scraps to the restaurant's very own composting facility. Kevin Conaway is Papille's expert composter.
Compost it up, so.
Cool. The composting site is located about an hour from the restaurant. Here, they've transformed an empty lot into an urban garden. What are we doing today?
What you need to know about composting is that there's not much to know.
Okay.
It's pretty much just layering it up.
Once we put everything in, what happens in the process?
Microorganisms are going to eat the food. They're going to break it down, and pretty much it'll just disappear. It'll all just be wet. And we keep it wet, just a little bit of water.
Okay.
If it gets too dry, it slows everything down.
It's best to compost in a shady area, so Kevin dug up large pits by trees. But you can also compost in any kind of container, from a storage bin to a trash can.
All right, Kevin, I'm ready to compost. This is everything we're composting today, right?
Yep.
First, we made a layer of green materials, which is basically anything left over from the kitchen or garden. Think veggie scraps, coffee grinds, eggshells, and plant trimmings.
Stuff it out, yeah, make a mess.
And then I can toss the bag in too, right?
That's right.
Then we added carbon-rich brown materials. This can include shredded paper, cardboard, twigs, and dried leaves.
And what do those layers do? What is the cardboard, the sticks? Why are we adding that to the compost process?
Because if you have all scraps and no cardboard or no carbon on top of it, it just turns into a mushy, gooey mess.
Then, just continue alternating with green and brown layers until the waste is all used up.
Okay. Woo! I'm a compost queen. I have become one with the compost.
Meat, dairy, and oils should only be broken down by industrial composting facilities. They can attract unwanted pests like rats and flies in a home garden. Meat can also contain harmful bacteria like salmonella, which can spread throughout a garden's edible plants.
How long does it take for our compost to break down, Kevin?
Generally, anywhere from 6 months to a year. If you keep it moist, it'll be pretty much ready to go in 6 to 9 months.
Finished compost is a nutrient-rich mulch. It's a deep brown that basically looks just like dirt.
So what have you been growing then with the soil that you kind of can create through the composting
Just
process?
vegetables mostly.
Okay. What
Yeah,
kinds of
well,
vegetables?
yeah.
Anything.
Peppers, tomatoes, anything that Colleen thinks he needs for his menu, then we'll plant it.
This compost garden is still a work in progress, but by next spring, it will produce enough food for regular restaurant use.
Kevin, it's really interesting because Vernon is such an industrial area, right? And you're literally creating a compost facility right in its backyard.
You don't need a plot of land to compost. You could literally compost in an apartment, be on a smaller scale. This kind of material in a landfill, it doesn't really break down and do any good. So instead of throwing them in the landfill and just going to waste, we can recycle those nutrients, put it back into the soil.
Kevin, thank you so much for teaching me how to compost. It was shockingly way easier than I expected, and I will be back to reclaim my duties as your apprentice composter. Thank you.
Managing food waste is a massive undertaking, and many changes can only be made through legislation. The EPA found that less than 10% of US households had access to curbside compost collection in 2017. That's a lot of food we could be saving from landfills if we just had compost bins next to recycling and trash. Some big changes are already in the works. Major cities like Los Angeles and New York are expanding city-run composting, and those advances are due in large part to individuals petitioning for better policies. Sometimes it takes local changes to kickstart a global impact.
Do you see this? See this pizza? You want to eat this pizza? Too bad, I'm going to.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen. Who doesn't just love ooey, gooey, and totally decadent cheese? I know you do. Americans truly can't get enough. In fact, we've tripled our cheese consumption since the 70s. Today, the average person here eats a whopping 35 pounds of cheese a year. 35! So it's no surprise that cheese is usually one of the toughest things to give up if you're ditching dairy. But I've got some good news for you. These days, there are a lot of tasty options out there when it comes to vegan cheese, and I'm determined to explore them all. Well, maybe not all, but I've discovered a few really, really good ones. I'm checking out a new type of pizza shop serving up killer pies. Then, I'll be using cashews to make an irresistible dairy-free dip of my own. But first, I'm headed to Riverdale, an artisanal cheese shop making its mark on the plant-based cheese world. Michaela Grobe is the owner and cheesemonger of Riverdale, a vegan cheese shop on Manhattan's Lower East Side. It's the only shop in New York City that exclusively features dairy-free artisanal cheeses. Michaela, thank you for having me. I love a plant-based cheese moment. This is very exciting for me. Tell me about what inspired you to start Riverdale.
Basically, I love cheese. I love animals. I became vegan for the animals, basically. And when I then started looking around for cheese, I found that, you know, it was out there, but you couldn't really access it easily.
Michaela's quest for better vegan cheese started a decade ago, when it was still really hard to find dairy-free cheese that was actually good. While working a high-profile job in the corporate world, Michaela saw an opportunity to open a new type of store.
And I thought, wouldn't it be great if there would be one place, just like any other cheese shop, where everything's vegan? And that's kind of where the idea came from.
She began reading books on vegan cheesemaking and took classes with acclaimed vegan chefs. On the weekends, Michaela went through a lot of trial and error in her home kitchen, while also crafting a plan to start her own food business.
I still had my corporate job, and at one point I was like, okay, I think it's time for me to leave the corporate world and really do something about it. I really thought, I want to try it. If it fails, it fails, right? But at least I tried it.
With enough money saved, she left her job in 2015 and opened Riverdale, named after her two pets, a dog named River and her cat Fidel. But Michaela's mission to make vegan cheese more accessible wasn't just a passion project. It was a pivotal time for a booming business. In 2017, vegan cheese sales hovered around $294 million. By 2022, that figure is projected to reach nearly $600 million. That's a 100% increase. Are you trying to mimic, dairy cheese, or are you kind of creating something in your own line, in your own world?
Yeah.
Or are you just trying to replicate the experience of buying cheese?
Yeah. It's a little bit of everything. It's the experience, it's a product that people know, that looks like a brie, that looks like a Gouda. But then there are also other cheeses that have no equivalent in the dairy world.
Riverdale's blue cheese uses the same fungus that creates the iconic navy marbling in the dairy version. But the shop's Vetopian is a cashew and soy-based cheese with a unique texture that's semi-firm yet creamy.
The way I like to explain to our customers is to not look for imitation. It's the same as if you would make a Gouda from a cow's milk and from a goat's milk. It has the same techniques, the same cultures, but the end product is very different. So it's the same if your base is a cashew nut. The end product's different, but it's still a cheese, in my view at least.
Who do you want to be eating this cheese?
We definitely have a lot of vegan customers, but we also have people that are vegetarian, lactose intolerant. So whereas we do obviously speak to the vegan community, for me it was also important that we reach out and connect with the non-vegan community.
You're targeting the cheese curious.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that it's difficult to make that switch because people are afraid of oh my God, what am I gonna eat?
Michaela has the cheesy answer to that question. In the shop's kitchen, she showed me how to make a few of her handcrafted cheeses. Okay, Michaela, what are we making today?
So we're actually making a feta today. It's gonna be a very salty and crumbly and firm one, which is perfect for salads.
Vegan cheesemongers use a variety of ingredients to mimic the taste and texture of dairy cheese. Common bases include a combo of nuts, vegetable oils, and soy products.
So for this one, we're actually using tofu. This tofu has been frozen first, and then we kind of squeeze out all the liquid so it becomes very dry.
Michaela uses firm tofu to create a sturdy feta. It allows the cheese to uniformly slice and dice, but also crumble, just like the traditional Greek cheese. For flavor, Michaela adds Himalayan salt, red wine vinegar, garlic powder, and Greek oregano. Then there are 2 types of fats.
So you're using coconut oil here. Why are you using coconut and not a different kind of oil or fat?
Yeah, I mean, coconut oil firms up once it's chilled, so it really helps with just making the cheese firmer.
All right, so I've got some olive oil here.
And it's just olive oil with a little bit of oregano in it, and that's just to get a little bit more flavor. And I'm just using a tablespoon or something like that.
Okay, so we're ready to blend our feta. Everyone's gonna become friends in here. What are we looking for it to be done, and how long are we processing for?
So we're looking for a very smooth, almost shiny kind of consistency. Even when I think it's done, I usually like to give it another minute or 2 just to be on the safe side. You can't overblend this.
Michaela scrapes down the processor every minute or so to ensure the mixture reaches a smooth, creamy consistency. Then it's transferred into cheese molds. We made 2 flavors, one plain and one with an olive tapenade center. The cheeses sit in the fridge for 2 days to firm up.
I made some ahead already, so we don't have to wait overnight, and we can taste them right away.
Exciting.
So this is what it looks like when you turn it upside down.
What?
So this is one with the tapenade layer, and here is one with sun-dried tomatoes.
Wait, this is crazy how firm it is.
Yeah.
Can we eat them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Oh, wow. Will you have some with me?
I want to try this one.
Yeah, you try that one. Okay.
So it's nice and salty.
Wow, that's crazy.
Crumbly, but it doesn't taste anything like the tofu that we use as a base.
It feels very light, but still like dense enough to feel like, oh wow, like I'm eating something that could really stand up to a dairy cheese.
Yeah.
This is so delicious. My mind is blown. You have so many different types of cheeses. Can we try some other ones too?
Oh, absolutely.
At Riverdale, a vegan cheese shop in New York City, owner Michaela Grobe makes 2 cheeses in-house. She also imports over a dozen varieties from across the country and around the world.
I'm genuinely freaking out because this all looks like real cheese. Like, talk to me about what we're seeing here.
So this one is another one of our house-made cheeses. It's a blue cheese type, and it's aged for about Well, 2 to 3 months. It's definitely more on the funkier side. The base ingredient here is cashews. Then we have a brie style here. The cultures that are being used to create this nice fluffy rind is the same as you would use on a dairy application. This one's from Texas, and it actually has cashews and rice flour.
Oh, what kind of cheese is this?
So that's a smoky aged cheddar style, very nice and firm and very strong and deep flavor. And here we have one that's made in New York, and it's made from macadamia nuts and hemp. And it has a little bit of a kick, a little bit of a spice, something like along the lines of a pepper jack.
I'm very excited to try them. How are we gonna assemble it? Can we make like a little cute cheese platter or something?
Oh yeah,
like that?
absolutely. We have a few things that will go really nicely with each of those cheeses.
Nice. Riverdale also carries many cheese board essentials, including crackers, jams, and vegan charcuterie. I would have a party just to serve this. It was almost time to dive in, but you already know, my camera always eats first. I think I have to start with the pepper jack because I love
you should.
spice.
Absolutely. So it is a bit spicy.
I'm okay.
Yeah, especially the crust is going to be spicy.
I'm ready for it. Whoa.
Yeah?
Once I get started, I just can't stop. Vegan blue with strawberries, anyone?
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh my god. That doesn't make sense. And we had to pair the brie with pear. Michaela, you have changed my world today. This is so exciting.
Great.
And I just can't thank you enough. This is incredible. And I hope people really see all the amazing things you're doing with vegan cheese.
I'm really happy to have so many more cheesemakers. We find so many more cheesemakers, like every month there's a new one we start working with.
Thank you so much. If you ever need more tasters,
I'll be sure to
just
call you.
like
Yes.
hit me up.
Yeah.
I'll be here. I've saved a little room for my next cheesy stop. A New York pizza shop firing up plant-based pies for their screaming fans. I live in Brooklyn, and there are few foods that scream New York City more than pizza. But is pizza really pizza without cheese? Vegan cheeses may be delicious, but capturing the melty, gooey goodness of mozzarella is tough, and that's obviously essential for a perfect pie. Meet one of my favorite vegan pizza spots, Screamers. Come on. Are you kidding? Is it a joke? It's not a joke, it's vegan.
Open since 2016, Screamers is similar to many iconic slice spots all over the city. Head chef Joy Strang has worked at Screamers for 4 years. She developed popular pies on the menu, like the Truffle Scream, a pizza covered in oyster and cremini mushrooms, plant-based parm, arugula, and a drizzle of fragrant truffle oil.
Tell me about the inspiration behind Screamers.
I mean, the inspiration was literally just that. It was a bunch of vegans sitting around wanting to have a really good slice of New York pizza, and thus Screamers was born, you know?
What was your background before Screamers?
So I spent a lot of time as a chef for a Mexican restaurant, and I've also worked in American fine dining. But I also find that, like, cooking vegan food, you just take the same methods that you use for cooking anything and just apply it to vegan ingredients.
Screamers serves all types of pies, from classics like pepperoni and a fully loaded supreme, to mashup flavors, like a Reuben pie topped with spiced seitan and Thousand Island dressing. They have 2 locations in Brooklyn and a dedicated following on social media.
How far has somebody traveled to get some Screamers pizza?
We get people from all over. Brazil is notable, Germany. And I always feel badly for people that are traveling from out of town when they come here, because then they eat the pizza and then they have to think about the pizza when they go home. And I'm like, I'm really sorry for
You ruin people.
Yeah.
What do you say, Joy, to people who are skeptical of vegan cheese? Because obviously cheese is a huge part of pizza.
I'd say honestly, that's probably our #1 challenge is people come in and they're like, oh, I don't know about the cheese, but vegan cheese has come a long way. You know, before there weren't as many options, but I think there's so much more focus and emphasis on making things more delicious these days as opposed to just having a alternative.
Screamers uses a specific vegan cheese to replicate the texture of dairy cheese.
So we use BioLife mozzarella.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we've tried many cheeses, but this seems to be the one with the best smell, the best mouthfeel, I think.
What is it made out of?
Coconut oil and potato starch is the base of it. So again, it's very allergy friendly, no soy, no nuts.
Screamers also makes 2 cheeses in-house, an almond-based Parmesan and an ultra creamy ricotta.
Today we're gonna make our almond ricotta, which goes on a lot of our core pizzas.
Yay, I'm excited. Okay, so I see you've soaked the almonds to soften them, but they're also blanched as well. There's no skin on them. So why is that happening there?
Yeah, because the skin tends to, give you like a little bit of a different mouthfeel. It's a little bit, a little bit grainy, and also just for color purposes.
Okay, should we get started? What are we doing first?
So we're gonna put in our soaked and blanched almonds into the Robocoup. All right, and then next we're gonna go with our salt. Lactic acid goes in there next.
Why are we using lactic acid here?
So it gives it a little bit of a tang, you know, that every cheese tends to have. We achieve that by putting the lactic acid in there.
All right.
Yeah. And then this is the blended oil. It's a little bit of vegetable oil and a little bit of olive oil. And then we're just gonna snap the lid on here.
The mixture blends for a couple minutes. Once everything gets creamy, it's time for a taste.
Are we done?
Yeah, we're
Looks
done.
delicious.
You want to give it a try?
I really would.
All right.
I thought you never asked.
Yeah, for sure.
Mmm.
Pretty good, right? Very creamy like ricotta.
Joy, it feels wrong to have cheese without the pizza.
For
so
sure.
what can we put this almond ricotta on top of?
Well, we're gonna show you one of our most popular pizzas, like we mentioned before, the buffalo cauliflower. Yeah, so we'll use this cheese that we just made for that.
All right, what are we starting with?
So this is our dough. We make all of our dough in-house. I'd say the most challenging part about making pizza at home is probably stretching the dough, right? So you want to start by flouring both sides so it doesn't stick. And then we're going to press out all of the air bubbles. And while pressing out the air bubbles, you're kind of like keeping it in this circle shape. So it makes it a little bit easier to stretch and still be formed into this like perfect, beautiful circle. All right, so now that we've gotten our air bubbles out here, we're gonna flip it over on our hand and start the stretching process.
It's like you literally do this in your sleep.
I know, I mean, I probably could, I probably have. All right, so there we are.
Did you just see that though? That was like in 2 seconds. What is the trick to spreading sauce appropriately and well?
So you want to, I always start in the middle, and then I circle out like this, and I push the sauce to the sides.
It's like a little bit of like hypnosis going on.
Yeah, so take a big handful of the cheese, and I will say, I'm gonna give you a little cheese spreading advice here.
Okay.
You wanna start high, and then just kind of sprinkle it all around so you get an even coat, okay?
Okay, all right.
You're doing great.
Okay, I was looking for affirmation really quick.
Yes, You're doing a great job.
You see that? The pizza gets a few generous dollops of that luscious ricotta. How does this bake off?
Well, it actually gets a little bit crispy on top, which makes it so delicious.
Okay, what's next?
All right, so then we're going to put our buffalo cauliflower on top.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about how you prepare the cauliflower.
Okay, for sure. So we make our own buffalo sauce here, and we take, we break down cauliflower and we cook the cauliflower in buffalo sauce.
How hot is this oven, and how long are we keeping our pizza in there for?
So we keep the oven between 500 and 550, and it's gonna cook for about 6 or 7 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so super quick.
Quick.
Yep, and then it'll be nice, crispy, and golden brown on the edges, and that's how you know it's done.
The 7-minute wait, it felt like eternity.
How's it doing in there?
Oh, she's beautiful. All right, let's take one more peek at the bottom here. What do you think?
I think it looks gorgeous.
I think she's
What do you
beautiful.
think?
I think she's ready.
Joy, I've got to document this process.
Okay.
It's just simply a part of my brand.
Okay, do it. All right, you ready?
I'm ready. Dun dun dun. That looks so fire. Are you kidding me?
I know, right?
The pizza is served up in true New York style.
You're not eating off of a paper plate. Are you eating pizza?
Are you even eating a New York pizza?
No.
Amazing slice job.
Boom.
Come on.
What do you think?
Stop.
So good, right?
This tastes like real pizza.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say real pizza. It just tastes like regular dairy pizza.
Yeah. It's so good.
It's so delicious.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you, Joy, to be creating this traditional New York slice that's vegan, that gives so many more people an option?
It's awesome. I mean, when people come to New York, when people think about New York, one of the things they think about is pizza. You know, they want to check that box off. Oh, I had a New York pizza. So it's really, really awesome that we've given the option to every single person to be able to do that, you know? You know what I also really like to hear is people who have dairy allergies, or even parents with their children that have dairy allergies, and they are always so happy that we exist, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to have pizza. And like such a big part of a kid like childhood is eating pizza, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We do a lot of like little kids pizza parties and stuff like that. You know, it's so cute. So, you know, it's like that little bit of normalcy. It's like, oh, I can't have dairy, but still have really good pizza.
What are some of your favorite reactions from vegans and non-vegans alike who try your pizza for the first time?
Like a non-vegan reaction, they are like, oh, it's actually good. And you're like, I told you so. Like, yeah. I mean, we have a lot of people that come in and this is their favorite pizza spot and they are not vegan.
If you can't travel to Brooklyn for a Screamer's pie, don't worry. I've got your dairy-free cheese cravings covered. Up next, I'm making my super creamy cashew queso. One of my favorite things to make when I'm having friends over, if I want a really delicious snack by myself, is my roasted jalapeno queso. You might be wondering, a plant-based version of queso? Are you okay, Sama? But to that I say, I'm perfect. Chile con queso is a Tex-Mex classic that's traditionally made with a great melting cheese and green chilies. We're using cashews as the base and nutritional yeast for a cheesy, savory flavor. And jalapeno, I can't forget about our spice. It's super creamy and cheesy. You won't even miss the dairy. Because I like a little spice in everything that I do, we're adding jalapeno to our queso. I like roasting the jalapeno to get that really smoky, delicious flavor. You've got your jalapeno, drizzle it generously with some olive oil. I like to just rub the jalapeno in the oil just to get it nicely coated. All right, say goodbye to our jalapeno. It's about to get roasted. See you later. The jalapenos roast at 400 degrees for about 10 minutes, until lightly charred. Look at our jalapeno. She's cooled. It's blackened on the outside. Also, you'll notice that when you let the jalapeno cool, it's gonna get a little wrinkly. That's totally fine. My secret weapon in creating a really delicious and creamy queso, cashews. I soak them either overnight or flash soak them for an hour in hot water. This allows the cashews to expand. They really get nice and pliable and soft. The first thing I'm gonna do is drain my cashews. Now I'm just gonna add them to my blender. Cashews are in. Now I'm just gonna add 2 cloves of garlic. You might be wondering how I'm gonna make this queso cheesy without the cheese, and to that I say, nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is one of my secret weapons in my plant-based repertoire. It's really amazing for creating a savory and cheesy taste to everything you add it to. Beautiful. This is such a super simple recipe, it's actually crazy. Everything's going into a blender. We're gonna add some salt and some freshly ground black pepper. And don't forget our gorgeous jalapeno. Now to help everything come together, I'm just adding a little bit of vegetable broth. You could use water. I just like using veggie broth because it adds some more taste, some more flavor, and we love more flavor when we're cooking, right? Beautiful. Now we get to blend. Are you excited? I'm excited. All right, let's blend. All right, let's check the texture. Creamy, velvety, queso-y, not a word, but I have my own dictionary. I don't know if you knew that. It's beautiful. My chips have arrived. I'm ready to plate my queso and I'm very excited about it because then I get to eat it. And that's what we're all here for. Check out this texture, okay? Are you checking it out? You sure? Creamy, cheesy, but no cream or cheese. Crazy. All right, I want this to look really cute, so I'm just gonna smooth the top out, the back of my spoon like so. A very simple garnish, just a little bit of pepper. Could you believe it could be that easy? Cheesy, delicious, creamy queso, no dairy involved. Now I get to eat it. Here I go. Chip ready to take a dip. Do you see that? Wow. Ooh, that heat is so good. This is in my cookbook, so I've obviously made this a bunch of times, but it's so good every time. Queso is perfect to share, so luckily I have my whole crew here. So guys, I don't know what you're doing. Get in here. Come on. That's more like it. Teamwork. Awesome. Love that for us. I hope this showed you can make really creamy, delicious, and cheesy recipes without the dairy. It's amazing. You have to try it. Not to be cheesy, or to be cheesy, I hope this inspired you to try cheese without the dairy, because it is just as delicious and versatile. It's so
Perfect.
beautiful, and
It
I would
looks
literally
great.
look at this and never know that there were no eggs in this.
No egg.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen.
Incredible edible eggs really are, well, pretty incredible. From a simple hard-boiled egg to a stunning souffle, eggs are essential parts of so many meals. They give great lift to pastry, make dishes super decadent, and they're also just delicious on their own. But how do you replace them in a plant-based diet? I'm going on a cross-country hunt to find out how chefs are cooking up savory meals and sweets, all without cracking a single egg. Right now, it's breakfast time. So I'm headed to a local spot right here in Brooklyn that's turning chickpea flour into a breakfast staple, the perfect scramble.
Hey! Oh my goodness!
Hi, Sama.
Amanda, so nice to meet you.
Amanda.
Nice to meet you, Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, nice to meet you. So excited to be here. Should we get inside?
Let's do it. Let's go.
For it.
Awesome.
Cheyenne Willis and Amanda Fox own and operate Seitan's Helper in Brooklyn, New York. The couple, who wed in 2016, dish up vegan twists on classic New York City deli dishes. Their specialty? Remaking breakfast staples with a variety of plant-based eggs.
A lot of people, when they go plant-based or they try and start eating a more vegan diet, right? Eggs are something that people seem to miss. So you do a lot of really interesting things with eggs here. And I want to know, how do you mimic the texture and the flavor of a regular egg?
Tofu just is never going to be eggs, so you just have to get to that closeness. So with our tofu scramble, Cheyenne uses a process of doing 3 different kinds of tofus. So they'll do 1 block of tofu in cubes, so you get that like little cube aspect. They blend some aspect to make it creamy, and then some they mash with their hands. So you get like a different sort of a scramble, like a creamy scramble with like little bits of bite to it.
From tofu scrambles to a chickpea-based omelet, there's no shortage of creative plates here.
There's a lot of different avenues you can take with plant-based food, right? So why did you choose a vegan deli?
We're both from Pennsylvania. We both come from like getting your sandwich from the grocery store, and it's just like a classic nostalgic feeling. I grew up cooking with my grandparents and my mom, and it was just always classic Americana food. So we decided that this would be the most natural road for us to take, and this is just what came naturally to us.
Amanda and Cheyenne first met during high school in Pennsylvania. A few years after graduation, they reconnected and quickly fell in love over their shared passion for cooking.
We've just been always obsessed with food. Cheyenne's actually a classically trained pastry chef.
The two moved to Brooklyn and worked together at several restaurants across New York City. They tied the knot at Dunwell, a vegan donut shop in Williamsburg.
What is your favorite part about working with Cheyenne?
We're in each other's brains, 100%.
After working in traditional restaurants, they both had dreams of creating a more equitable eatery, run with a focus on treating staff fairly.
So we decided that when we made our space that it would be everybody's on the same playing field. We're all equal. It doesn't matter who technically owns it. It doesn't matter who does what or whatever. Everybody gets paid the same. We all are just here working together as a team.
In 2018, Amanda and Cheyenne started running a vegan pop-up, serving homemade seitan at various locations around Brooklyn. Seitan, the restaurant's namesake, is a high-protein meat substitute made from wheat gluten. The chefs use seitan to recreate plant-based deli meats, like bacon and roast beef.
I think the interesting thing about our food is we base it on those flavors that you're so used to. So when we were coming up with our salami recipe, I was like, okay, so what goes into actual salami? And we took those ideas and those flavors, so it became the base for this nostalgic food that we can now make vegan.
After a successful run, the pop-up graduated to a storefront in 2020. Putting down roots in a permanent location was vital for the couple, who wanted to create an inclusive space for vegan and queer communities.
We get to meet so many different types of people, and obviously because we're a queer-owned company, we attract all the queers, which is perfect with me. We have our loyal customers that have been with us from the jump. The same person who ordered from my very first pop-up came in the other day.
I was certainly ready for my breakfast sandwich. Cheyenne took me into the kitchen to make a Seitan's Helper signature.
All right, so what are we making first,
So
Cheyenne?
we're gonna start with the omelets, our chickpea flour-based egg.
You say nomlet?
Nomlet,
Like
yes.
nom nom.
Absolutely.
I love that.
Yes. So we're gonna start with some chickpea flour here.
To make a perfect omelet, building the right eggy texture is key. Cheyenne mixes oat milk, lemon juice, and oil with chickpea flour, or besan, a common ingredient in Indian cuisine.
Have you tested this with other flours, or have you landed on chickpea flour being the best for
I
an
have
eggy
definitely
substitute?
tried with regular flour, but it is weird. So that's why we use the chickpea, just to
Okay.
keep it like lighter, fluffier,
Okay.
less harsh.
It looks really nice. It smells good already.
Yeah.
A few simple spices amp up the flavor and color of the dish.
A lot of spices in here to make it nice and omelette-y.
Yeah, delicious. I feel that a lot of times in vegan cooking, people don't add a lot of spices.
Cheyenne's secret to upping the savory factor is kala namak, or Himalayan black salt, which comes from North India.
It adds this
So this
really
omelet.
wonderful sulfuric acid taste and brings that egg flavor really to the
That
front.
egginess, yeah.
The omelet cooks for about 5 minutes before getting a flip.
Look at that. Stunning. Gorgeous.
Yeah. So we'll know when she's done, when she's a little bit firm.
Okay.
Yeah, she's pretty much good to go.
This looks really good and it smells amazing.
I'm glad.
It's like it's giving me such a savory pancake vibe, even though it is also an omelet. So I love it.
The omelet is served with even more plant-based breakfast staples.
All right, so I have our house-made
The bacon.
bacon here.
This is made out of seitan, I'm
It is,
assuming.
and there's like oats and cheese,
Ooh.
jalapenos, bunch of fun stuff
Wow.
in here. We do not skimp on anything.
Love that.
And so I fried this up, and we're just gonna lay this gently down.
Amazing.
Just give it a little bit of fluff there.
Love it.
And then we would just close the lid up.
Ta-da! A totally vegan BEC.
Here I go. Woo! Whoa. Whoa, Cheyenne, whoa.
Lots of flavors.
The omelet is crispy. The bacon is super flavorful. It's delicious.
Thank you.
The eggless egg sandwich really blew me away. Now it's time for lunch, and I happen to know a fantastic ramen spot on the other side of the country. Among the countless ramen spots out there, Ramen Hood in downtown Los Angeles is truly something special. Everything on the menu is totally vegan. Ramen Hood was co-founded by Top Chef Season 2 winner Ilan Hall and world-renowned chef Rahul Kapkar in 2015.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
I'm so excited.
Ramen Hood is one of just a few restaurants in the country specializing in plant-based ramen. And they were the first to offer a vegan soft-boiled egg, a traditional topping for this comforting soup.
Rahul, you
Yes.
make vegan ramen. Can you tell me about why you do that and how this all got started?
It was actually my friend's idea. I was working in Denmark at the time, and he called me and he was like, hey, I have this idea for a vegan noodle concept.
That friend was Ilan, who had been running Esh, an Israeli barbecue joint in Brooklyn.
Why make it vegan?
My business partner had a restaurant that was very meat heavy, and he was catching a lot of flack from vegans on Twitter. And that is kind of, it's not like the catalyst, but he was just kind of like, all right, well, I mean, I can do vegan food.
In 2014, Ilan invited Rahul to cross the Atlantic and bring his expertise from one of the world's most prestigious fine dining restaurants, Noma in Copenhagen.
Part of the reason he called me was because the restaurant I was working at, we were serving, I think, like 24 courses at the time, and like 16 of them were vegetable forward. And then once we kind of started talking about it and refining it, it just made sense for us to do ramen. Ramen's something I grew up eating. It's like a real kind of like comfort food for me, and definitely nostalgic. I used to come home from school and have a bowl with my grandmother.
Traditional ramen broth is usually made with pork, beef, or chicken bones. Sometimes it's a combo. But Ramen Hood uses vegan dashi, a liquid base made from konbu and shiitake mushrooms.
This is spicy garlic sunflower seed broth. We've got some bean sprouts in here, baby bok choy, king oyster mushrooms, scallions, sesame seeds, chili thread.
After pressure cooking and blending the ingredients with sunflower seeds, the chefs are able to create a creamy, umami-rich broth without any animal protein. But Rahul thought their vegan bowls wouldn't be complete without a classic topping, a creamy, soft-boiled egg.
Why was it important for you to add this vegan egg into this ramen?
People expect an egg in ramen. It provides that creamy texture that kind of people are looking for. And in like a traditional bowl, it can be a really nice, like different thing to be eating. Like you've got chewy noodles, and you've got this pork, and then you've got an egg that's like a soft-boiled egg. It just makes the broth richer, and it kind of makes your entire experience eating the bowl feel richer.
Ramen Hood's secret? Mixing the dashi from their ramen broth with agar, a gelatin made from seaweed.
Teach me how to make this.
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. So we're gonna take 500 grams of our broth.
Okay.
This is the agar here. We're just gonna put a little bit in. Dump this in here. So I'm stirring this around to make sure the agar doesn't clump and settle.
Okay. How long does it take to get to the point where you want it to be?
Not long. It'll take just a couple minutes.
After the agar mixture simmers, it's poured into a custom mold to create an egg shape.
How many of these do you make a day?
About 150.
Within just a few minutes, the liquid firms up, and it looks and feels just like a boiled egg white.
This literally tastes like, first of all, this tastes so good. It tastes like ramen broth, like a lot of umami, but also the texture is very egg white.
Yeah, because it's
This
just the
is
broth.
way
It's
better.
like it's got the richness from the sunflower seeds.
Yeah.
To make a whole egg, the chef uses a melon baller to scoop out room for the yolks.
That's so crazy how like gelatinous it is. Like a egg white. Okay, I'm gonna go. Don't judge me. First time.
That was pretty good. That was better than most people's first try.
When the egg whites are firm, it's time to fill them with the creamy yolk.
It's vegan mayo with food coloring and black salt, like Indian black salt.
Kala namak,
Yeah, so it's got the egg flavor to it.
Okay, cool. And you just
So-
pipe it in?
Yeah. Here. Yeah. That's it. You just
I'm
go.
like looking for my affirmation.
Just go do. Yeah, just do the rest of them. There you go.
This jiggly, soft-boiled egg helps complete a ramen experience that hasn't been available to many vegan foodies for years.
Okay, I'm going for the egg. I feel like I owe it to us to go for the egg.
I think you should just one bite it.
Wow. It's so good. I truly haven't had ramen in years because I mostly can't eat it anywhere. So this is revolutionary for my life. Like, this is a plot twist for me. I love it. I'm coming back. I'm bringing my parents next time.
This vegan hard-boiled egg might be pretty advanced for a home chef, But I've got a super easy egg swap for baked goods that only requires 2 ingredients. If you're looking to replace eggs in your baked goods, maybe you're allergic, you're vegan, or you simply don't like eggs, a flax egg might be the substitute for you. I'm going to show you how to make 2 flax eggs today. So we're using 2 tablespoons of flaxseed meal with 5 tablespoons of warm water. You can see it right here. This is going to blow your mind. It's super simple. Grab your flaxseed meal, add it to a bowl, clean bowl. And next, I'm just going to add my warm water. I know, it's challenging, right? We want to give this a nice little stir, get everything nice and incorporated. All of the flax should get in there. We're going to let this sit aside for about 5 minutes until it gets nice and thick and gelatinous. After, you can use it as a sub for your eggs and your baked goods. So I'm just going to let it hang out. It's going to chill out, have some spa time. See you soon. Welcome back. It's been 5 minutes while I waited for my flax egg to do its thing. You want to wait until it's nice and gelatinous. So that might take you a couple extra minutes. No worries. Let's check the texture. Check this out. She's thick, gelatinous. I keep saying that word, but it's true. Flax eggs really work like eggs to help bind and thicken your baked good. It's not gonna rise exactly like eggs would, but you're not gonna taste it at all. It's still gonna be a delicious and perfectly baked good. I'm not saying this belongs in a museum, but it might belong in your cookies, okay? Flaxseed isn't the only swap vegan bakers can use to replace eggs. One bakery in Portland is using all sorts of different ingredients, from applesauce to tofu, to make plant-based desserts that are totally decadent.
When it comes to pastry and baked goods, eggs are pretty egg-essential.
They definitely help bind things together in baking. They provide moisture. They have some fat and protein, which just provide the structure for the baked good, you know, for it to rise. They give lift. So they are really hard to replace.
This is Lisa Clark, the founder of Petunias, Portland's first all-vegan and gluten-free bakery.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for coming in.
She's also an expert in egg-free baking.
It really depends on the product that we're making and the qualities that each egg substitute has and what you want the end result to be like. And the other ingredients that are in the recipe, you know, it has to work well with what you're making. We use a lot of coconut yogurt, which gives a lot of moisture and it helps make things a little lighter. Applesauce also does help to give moisture and a little bit of lift. And chia seed meal I love, and it's very healthy for you, which is an added bonus. We use this like in our chocolate chip cookie. It works really well in cookies to help bind things together and give a nice texture. This is silken tofu that's pureed with a milk, so you could use coconut milk, almond milk, rice milk with an immersion blender. That's really nice in like a pound cake that we make or a poppy seed muffin that we make. It helps give some structure and stability.
In 2003, Lisa learned she was intolerant to dairy, gluten, and eggs. She decided to take control of her diet by turning to one of her favorite childhood hobbies.
My mom is who taught me how to bake, and it's just something we did together all the time. She had ALS when I was a child, and she passed away when I was 12, which was really, really hard, and so there wasn't a lot that we could do together because she was so limited physically. She was in a wheelchair, and I was the youngest of 3, and I was home with her all the time and helped take care of her. And one thing she could do was just explain to me how to bake and tell me what to do, and I would have our little KitchenAid mixer and, you know, follow the directions and get up on my stool and do it, and I loved it. And it's one thing that we could do to bond and to do something together. She had a little ceramic pig's head that hung over the stove when I was a kid, and her name was Petunia the pig. And so when I was trying to think of a business name, I remember the pig who was at my dad's house, and I thought, that's perfect, Petunia.
Lisa adapted her mom's recipes to be gluten-free and vegan. It took her months of experimenting before she was finally ready to start selling her baked goods.
I remember when I started doing this, I really didn't have doubt. I knew that it was going to go well, and I knew that there were other people like me that had dietary restrictions or lived a different lifestyle, and that there was a niche to fill.
Petunia's Pies and Pastries started as a booth at Portland's Farmers Market in 2009. Lisa's cowgirl cookies, pecan sticky buns, and gorgeous cupcakes immediately appealed to people with various food allergies.
Every week, every day, I would go do my whole setup, set up my table, my booth, and get out there, and there were so many people that would come, wait in line, like down the whole farmer's market for I don't know how long. I would have people come and just be in tears because they haven't been able to eat like a donut for 20 years or something, or, you know, kids come with food allergies, and moms crying because they can't find a cupcake for them, and now they can have a cupcake, and that makes me emotional. It's awesome to see that gluten-free, vegan, dairy-free, egg allergy, whatever it is, we can accommodate these people and make everyone feel special and everyone feel included and just bring joy to everybody that we can.
Petunias has expanded over the last decade. They have a bakery in downtown Portland and a national wholesale business. It's a family affair to keep things running. Lisa's husband, Jacob Williamson, is a former barista. He manages all things coffee in the bakery. Her sister, Erica Clark, runs the wholesale business and the company's social media accounts. But I'm here to learn all about Lisa's innovative egg substitutes. I'm really interested to know how you landed on all of these different egg subs. How did you figure all of this out?
Oh my gosh. I don't know how I figured it out. Actually, I think just a lot of practice and testing recipes over and over, and you change one thing every time, so you end up eating a lot of like wasted pastries. But eventually you arrive at this is the right mix, and you find it and you keep it.
On the menu today, decadent chocolate cupcakes. What are we doing first?
So we're gonna make the chocolate cake batter first. We have our flour blend here, you can put in there, which has rice flour, millet flour, tapioca flour, and flaxseed meal.
Wow.
And then we have our natural cocoa powder that's sifted. And then we have all of our leavenings and our salt. Whisk that.
I love a whisk. Instead of eggs, this batter stays moist thanks to a special squash, pumpkin.
It's gonna give it some structure. A lot of gluten-free products, especially without the egg too, they can dry out pretty easily, but like the pumpkin and applesauce help bind it together, but also they do give a lot of fluff and moisture, so it works out perfectly.
Next in, organic canola oil, coconut milk, sugar, and espresso to really pump up that chocolate flavor.
So now we can add the dry ingredients.
This looks so amazing. I love batter. It's a struggle to get it to the pan sometimes.
Oh yeah, totally.
So I came prepared with
Oh
a
my
spoon
gosh.
to taste it.
Yeah, try it.
As
Wanna
all
try it?
normal people do.
Right. I love you're prepared.
Right? Okay.
Look good.
That was
Chocolatey.
good. It's crazy because you really don't even need eggs for this.
You
for it to
really
taste
don't.
delicious.
Yeah, you don't. That's the thing. I feel like you really can make everything without eggs, and they're just not necessary. So why not do it a different way?
The batter is much thicker than a traditional cake batter, making it super easy to scoop out perfectly even portions.
That looks great.
Super cute.
Perfect.
Very
Yeah.
fluffy. It's
It
a
is.
very fluffy batter.
It is very fluffy. Yeah.
Why is it so
It
fluffy?
should be. Well, I think we just did a really good job.
We just did an amazing job.
We're gonna bake them at 350 in the oven for about 20 to 22 minutes, or until you put a toothpick in the center and it comes out clean.
Now to the most artistic part of baking, decorating. Lisa uses dairy-free butter to make super creamy frosting that also pipes well.
This is our salted peanut butter buttercream, which is amazing. It's so good. This is the fun part, and you just have to not worry too much. I always say that cakes and cupcakes can smell fear, so if you're hesitant, it's not gonna work out. You try it.
I'm going really heavy.
You did a great job.
Am I hired?
It's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
The cupcakes are topped with melted ganache and torched marshmallows. Bubbling up. Voila! A beautiful chocolate cupcake with a plant-based twist. Look at that. It's so
Perfect.
beautiful, and
It
I would
looks great.
literally look at this and never know that there were no eggs in this.
No eggs.
Oh my god. You know what's crazy is you can't have peanuts.
I can't.
But I do know someone who can.
Yes.
Your husband Jacob.
He can,
Jacob, you
yeah.
have to come
He
share this with
loves
me.
peanut
Come on.
butter.
Cheers. This is insane. This is honestly so delicious. So fluffy. It's got so much texture and flavor. Truly,
Look at
if
this
somebody
here.
gave this to me, I would have no idea that this is a plant-based vegan
Good.
pastry. Lisa's cupcakes are out of this world, and she says she owes it all to her biggest inspiration. Your mom really started your love for baking, so what does it feel like to open this bakery as a tribute and in honor of her?
I know my mom sees all this for sure. She's like guardian angel watching over us, helping me along the way, and I know that she would be so proud.
Are you ready? Whether you're skipping eggs for an allergy or because you're vegan, there are so many more options now. Culinary innovation is making eggs more accessible to everyone.
But
This is
then,
crazy.
yeah.
This is like, it's like the best floral arrangement I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen.
I love mushrooms. I mean, I really, really love mushrooms. They are an essential part of a plant-based lifestyle because they're such an easy swap for meat. But I've got lots of questions about fungi. How do they grow? Where do they grow? And which types have the most unique texture? I'm gonna learn all about their culinary range with chef and mushroom enthusiast, my friend, Sophia Rowe. Then I'll travel to Colorado to see how mushroom roots are being transformed into a hearty new protein. But first, I want to learn some basics, so I'm heading out to Smallholds, an innovative farm in Brooklyn, New York. Let's go. When you think about mushrooms, you probably think of those capped little fungi. But there are literally thousands of edible mushrooms out there, and no, I'm not talking about that kind of mushroom.
A lot of people think that they don't like mushrooms because they're used to eating the same mushroom, and they think all mushrooms are the same, but they're not. It's like saying you don't like mushrooms is like saying you don't like plants. Like the differences between a trumpet and an oyster and a button mushroom, it's like saying like an almond tree versus a head of lettuce and an apple. You know, they're very different.
Andrew Carter and Adam DiMartino founded Smallholds, an organic mushroom farm, in 2017. They share a passion for rare mushroom varieties and want to bring those tastes and textures to more people.
There's a whole kingdom out there, and everyone's used to eating the same mushroom. A white and a brown mushroom and a portobello mushroom, they're all the same mushroom.
That's right, white button, cremini, and portobello are all the same type of mushroom. Their scientific name is agaricus, if you want to be fancy about it.
The industry grows those because that's what they're used to growing. Consumers are used to consuming those. You can look at other regions, like if you go to China or Japan or Korea, the mushroom industry is way more advanced than it is here. It's like consumers in certain regions are eating 10 to 20 times as much mushrooms as people are in the United States.
So what were your first steps to starting Smallhold?
The early beginning was building out a lab in a basement at a house, and it looked crazy.
Andrew and Adam started experimenting with trumpet mushrooms. After perfecting the process, they expanded to shiitake and oyster. In just 5 years, that basement startup moved into a shipping container, then to their first farm in Brooklyn. The company has grown rapidly with funds from dozens of investors and a soaring demand for mushrooms.
Over the last few years is that people really started getting interested in food as medicine, trying to eat less meat, trying to be sustainable, trying to eat local. All of these things ended up just kind of centering around mushrooms.
In 2020, organic mushroom sales grew by 20%. Feeding that demand, Smallholds now grows 15 different types of mushrooms, producing a whopping 1.5 million pounds each year for hundreds of grocery stores and restaurants. Mushrooms are grown by a process called inoculation. A spore is placed deep inside a substrate, like a log. The spores germinate, then feed on the wood, growing into mycelium, or mushroom roots.
This fruiting body is probably like 4 or 5 days old.
It takes about 4 weeks for the roots to be fully grown. That's when cute baby mushrooms, called pins, start to appear on the surface. In about a week, they're ready to harvest.
Fungi are its own kingdom. They're functionally more similar to animals than they are like plants. They breathe in oxygen, they release CO2, they digest stuff, they don't go through photosynthesis, and so their interaction with the environment is just so different than plants.
Traditional mushroom farms cultivate their fungi in mulch with a mix of hay, straw, and corn cob. But Smallhold is focused on growing in urban areas to make the entire operation more sustainable. City farms might seem strange, but fungi don't require a lot of light, water, or space to thrive.
Our mushrooms, we grow, they're called saprotrophic mushrooms, and so they're wood-loving mushrooms. They digest wood. All of the substrates that we're using, that's the stuff that's inside of this block. About 90% of it is sawdust.
Smallholds mushrooms are grown in bags filled with a compound from mills and factories, so they're reusing a byproduct from the timber industry. And those futuristic containers don't just look cool.
And so these chambers themselves have really intricate controls over all the climate that they're exposed to.
That allows them to forego pesticides. Plus, the fragile mushrooms aren't susceptible to extreme weather.
Can you walk me through the environmental impact of growing mushrooms?
It's one of the most sustainable products you can probably find in the grocery store. We did a big life cycle analysis, which is large, like third-party analysis to understand exactly what's going on with your company. Our carbon impact was about 30% less than any other mushroom farm we could find.
Over 60% of the country's mushrooms are grown in one Pennsylvania county, which means it takes a lot of fuel to ship them across the country.
So a lot of mushrooms are actually imported from overseas, and so the carbon footprint of those is really crazy.
Smallholds mushrooms are grown in Brooklyn, Los Angeles, and Austin, Texas. They also operate over a dozen mini farms, custom-built tanks that can grow mushrooms inside restaurants and grocery stores. With farms in strategically placed cities, Smallhold plans to reduce carbon emissions by continuing to ship locally.
When you're buying a product from Smallhold, like a fresh mushroom in a grocery store, it was grown close to there. And so we have a national brand, like you can be from New York and go to LA and recognize Smallhold on the shelf, but those mushrooms were grown in LA.
Most mushrooms also have a naturally meaty texture, which makes them a great vegetarian swap.
The more people eat these products, generally speaking, they're eating less meat, whether they realize it or not. And so every time we get someone to eat a little less beef or a little less chicken, then we think that we have a larger impact on the planet because it's less carbon intensive, less water intensive.
Okay, Andrew, we're gonna harvest these mushrooms, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, we have blue oysters, we have lion's mane, yellow oysters, and trumpet mushrooms. But we can start with the blue oyster.
Let's do
This
it.
one's pretty fun because, you know, you can't make any promises, but a lot of the time you kind of get the whole thing just in one pick.
Whoa!
Like that. Here you go. And so, big, big blue oyster
Wait,
mushroom.
this is so dense.
Yeah. You take a big cluster of mushrooms and you shove like garlic in here, like whatever herbs you want, so thyme and rosemary, but you just kind of like shove it inside the cluster itself.
Do you roast the whole thing?
And you just roast the whole thing. So let's try the lion's mane. So I would just pick off one of those. Yeah, there you go.
Lion's mane is so beautiful and so unique, and this to me is like the most otherworldly mushroom because it just looks like no other.
When you can take it apart, it like kind of peels sort of like mozzarella.
It's so
or like
crazy.
A lot of people use it as like a shellfish replacement.
Because you can pull it, like it's
Yeah, you
almost
can
stringy.
pull it.
Next, we harvested yellow oyster mushrooms, which were more delicate than their blue cousins. They'd be perfect in a creamy soup. But even Andrew has a favorite fungi.
I love trumpets so much, so if you cut it, this isn't the best knife skills, but you can cut them like this and then you can have a nice scallop.
Yeah.
And these are probably the most popular for people who are trying to like imitate meat with a whole mushroom. And so the other mushrooms can give you the texture and the flavor and the nutrition and all that kind of stuff, but these can like really stand in as a fake scallop or a fake bacon.
Why do you want people to eat more mushrooms?
I mean, they're great for you. There's a lot of nutrition. They're high in fiber. They have amazing antioxidants. They have vitamin D. And what I really like about them is that they have that umami and that experience that replaces meat.
I already eat a lot of mushrooms, but I'm convinced now.
got me excited to try something with my new favorite fungi. So I invited mushroom enthusiast, James Beard award-winning chef, my friend Sophia Rowe, to my kitchen.
Hi! My friend, Sophia, I told you this before, that we were talking about mushrooms, and I was like, listen, I can't do this without Sophia. Talk to me about the role that mushrooms play in your work and in your world.
I went to culinary school and I was sort of kind of playing in that plant-based world, and I felt like fungi and mushrooms were a really great way to encourage a lot of depth, which I feel like in plant-based cooking sometimes you kind of lose, you know? You like meat and dairy, those things create a lot of depth. It's pretty remarkable the types of flavors that you can create. And this is not a new idea. They're, particularly in Asian cultures, they've been using different kinds of fungus for forever in their cooking. But for me, that was really when I was like, okay, this is sexy.
Can you just talk to me about how you work with them?
It's almost about like, what am I trying to create? You know, if someone's a very big meat person and they want to go plant-based for a minute or for a meal, I think it's really important to cook things in the same way that you cook meat, right? Yep. And I don't even know that that's just mushrooms or just fungi, right? A lot of times with steaks, you're braising, you're roasting, you're searing. There's no reason you can't treat plants the same way.
I'm just super excited to know what we're cooking today.
Yes.
Tell me about the dish and put me to work.
All right, so what we have here is lion's mane. When I'm looking for a lion's mane, you want them to be kind of fluffy. Okay, I've been touching this one a lot. You don't want them to be slimy. You don't want them to stink. If they stink or they're slimy, they're no good. And that's kind of the rule, the general rule with any mushroom.
Yeah.
In terms of washing them, these are commercially cultivated. So they are not wild, these are not feral. So these are not gonna need to be like really, really washed. You just wanna wipe them down, they're good. Do not get your mushrooms wet. I don't like it. So this is a good one. This is a great shape. So what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna make like a lion's mushroom steak. And you'll see that I've kind of like, as I'm even talking, I'm kind of pressing this. So it's kind of like where, just for a second, we're kind of like trying to create like a little steak here, like a little hanger steak.
Why are you using lion's mane here, Sophia?
I think lion's mane is really delicious, but it's great structure. So it's really great in terms of like replacing meat. If you can't find this, you can cook an oyster mushroom or even a big portobello in exactly the same method. So the key here is you're leaving it nice and whole.
Okay.
I kind of want to press these down. So I'm just gonna score this one side. Okay.
And why are you scoring it?
So we want the flavor to get in, doggy. We want it to be inside. Okay, so we're gonna make this glaze.
All right, let's do it.
Because we're attempting to make a steak, okay? What we wanna do is we wanna help these lion's mane mushrooms along. 3 tablespoons of vegan butter. If you wanna use regular butter, that's your house and do whatever you want. All right, we like it softened like this because we're gonna be whisking it up. We want this to be like glazed texture.
Okay.
Okay. We also have coconut aminos. It's just like a soy-free soy sauce vibe. Okay, I also like it because it's a little sweet.
Yes, it is.
And for a glaze, that's really nice. So the sweetness is important because the sweetness is gonna give us caramelization. So grab the sesame.
Yes.
Get it?
Sesame oil.
Love it.
We love it.
You could use toasted if you wanted, but this is just regular old sesame oil.
Next up, ingredients to really up the umami factor: miso, Dijon mustard, and tomato paste.
We're gonna just get a good like pinch of salt in there, and then you're just gonna whiskey dude. So this is gonna we have this on medium heat.
Okay.
Okay. We have some grapeseed oil here. The reason we're using grapeseed is high smoking point. We're using cast iron. You don't have to use cast iron. You can use whatever you have.
So we're going score side down.
So what's gonna happen? We're gonna put them on. We're gonna get a good sear on each side, and then we're gonna brush our glaze on.
Okay.
Okay. 2 minutes. Flip it, 2 minutes. Then we're gonna take them off and we're gonna let them rest. Just like you would a steak.
Just like meat.
Just like meat.
Crazy.
We're gonna treat these just like meat.
I love that.
This is why we want this hot. Love it. Just drop it down. What we can do here, this is like a little tip too. You can always just
flatten it down.
Yeah, same you would do for
I'm
a
sorry,
burger.
do you have a SoundCloud?
I do now. So just to kind of encourage again, you want to encourage that flattening, right?
Yep.
Get it nice and thin, and that way the marinade is not having to penetrate so deep. You know how to make a steak. You know how to do these mushrooms.
After 3 minutes, time for a flip.
Look it. Gorgina. So we're just gonna brush this on, almost like you're basting a steak or something.
Oh,
come on, baby.
Everything about this feels like you are Van Gogh and I am your apprentice.
Oh my God, except you could do this, but you see the sizzle and the, So what's gonna happen is these are gonna be sitting here, they're gonna be caramelizing, they're gonna be getting juicy. We're gonna take the rest of this glaze and we're gonna baste them a little bit.
Ooh.
So the basting method is never gonna be bad. It's always gonna be good. I mean, look how gorgeous that looks.
It's beautiful.
It's, stunning.
A few more minutes in the pan. Literally crazy.
Crazy, right?
It kind of looks like meat too.
These are gonna rest, okay?
Okay.
It's 5 minutes. He doesn't need,
Okay,
you're not
nothing
trying to,
crazy.
Nothing wild.
As the mushrooms rested, Sophia chopped up some green onions for later. Then it was time to cut into the lion's mane steaks.
It's meaty,
Can we
Bob.
show them? Like, they need to know.
That looks
Everyone
really
alert,
meaty.
Alert.
But even like, it's almost like you wouldn't really know.
It just looks like chicken. Sophia recommends serving the steaks over rice with a few garnishes. First some sesame seeds, then chili crisp, then scallions. Just like me, Sophia loves a little spice.
Come on. It's so good.
Wait, this is literally the best mushroom dish I've literally ever had.
It's so good. I love it. It is an unfamiliar ingredient cooked in a familiar format.
Correct.
So I think if you're a beginner to mushrooms, a really great thing to do is whatever you can find locally, just try cooking those mushrooms, whatever they are, in this format. Try cooking them this way.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get a completely new relationship to mushrooms. Also, for the people who are like, I hate mushrooms, just give the method a try, right?
I feel like we have to take a photo.
Let's do it.
Because like, when have we ever done a little friend cooking sesh?
Let's do it.
We need to do it.
We need a whole photo shoot.
We need a whole photo shoot. I love you. Wait, give me a hug. Thank you for coming.
Of course.
Sophia's lion's mane steak looked a lot like chicken, but one company in Colorado is completely transforming mushroom roots into an actual meat substitute. Meat substitutes are everywhere these days, and they're made with a wide variety of ingredients, from whole veggies to soy protein and different oils. Enter meaty. Here in Boulder, Colorado, mushrooms are the main attraction, and I got an exclusive first look inside their new factory. Meaty isn't trying to replicate ground beef, they're mimicking whole cuts of meat, like steak or chicken breast.
It's like a super meat.
Yeah, it's a super meat.
Where it has all the protein you would
Yeah.
want from meat, Then all the fiber and vitamins and minerals you find in plants.
Yeah. CEO Tyler Huggins founded Meaty in 2016 after earning his PhD in environmental engineering. Tell me your journey to Meaty and why you started this company.
Well, let's start off with meat. We have a growing population, have a high demand for protein. Meat is a growing demand. Given my history studying nature, I knew there was this really cool, magical root-like structure in the soil. Biologists call it mycelium, we call it mushroom root.
Tyler and his team developed a patent-pending process that turned the fuzzy, hair-like mycelium strands into a product that mimics the taste and texture of meat. Unlike mushrooms, you won't find the raw roots in any grocery store. Currently, Meaty sells a steak-like fillet and a faux chicken cutlet that's available plain or with a crispy breading. And this is the place where it all comes together.
This is it. This is where the magic happens right here. This is the future of food.
The mushroom roots are grown inside these giant tanks. This is where Meaty is grown,
We essentially take one spore.
Yep.
It's like the fungi equivalent of a seed.
Okay.
We start growing up the mushroom root, and then we throw it into this tank.
The tank is filled with water that's packed with nutrients mushroom roots need to thrive. And how long does it take to cultivate and grow and harvest Meaty?
Extremely fast. In this facility, we're able to create the meat equivalent of a whole cow in just 4 days.
So tell me how you replicate the texture of traditional meat.
And it all starts from the magic of this mushroom root. We grow it in-house in a clean environment, so no exposure to heavy metals or pesticides or herbicides or anything like that. At that state, it kind of looks like applesauce.
This is Meaty in the raw form before it's processed.
And when you form it into a chicken breast-like shape or a steak, those strands become the texture that is very similar, again, eats just like traditional meat. You can eat it just like that. That's just all natural mushroom root.
I'm gonna eat it. Okay.
It's a blank
It
canvas.
literally tastes like, I don't want to say nothing because
Yeah.
there is like a little bit of something, but it is so, like you could throw flavor and spice on that. Including mushroom root, Meaty's chicken swap has just 4 ingredients: salt, natural flavoring, and acacia gum, a fiber used as a food stabilizer. But I had to know, is it healthy?
So one of our 4-ounce steak has about 18 grams of protein.
Wow.
And then it has all the fiber and other vitamins and minerals you only find in plants. No cholesterol, no saturated fat, there's no sugar in it.
Meaty is now available online, but it often sells out fast. Really fast. The company is opening a second farm to meet demand, and Meaty will soon be available on supermarket shelves. What is the future of Meaty?
We see there's a lot of interest in alternatives to traditional meat. But what we're doing differently is whole food protein, simple ingredient list, super nutritious, and whole cuts. I think that opens up an entirely new demographic and group of folks who are excited to embrace something like this.
After hearing so much about these mushroom roots, I wanted to see how it really tasted.
In Boulder, Colorado, the folks behind Meaty are turning mushroom roots into a new meat substitute. At the factory's test kitchen, they're experimenting with the best ways to cook it. I met with Debbie Downing, the company's head research chef, to learn more.
I'm so excited to try this. Will you show me how to cook it up?
It's the mushroom root, right? When you think about cooking mushrooms, it likes to soak up that oil, soak up the sauce.
Super porous, yeah.
Soak up anything that you give it. So best practices for our product is that we actually want to add oil to it first.
Right.
We want to just give a little bit of a drizzle here.
Season with salt and pepper, a little oil in the pan, then time for the cutlet.
All right, it's ready.
Oh yeah.
Sizzles really nicely.
The chicken and steak both take about 8 minutes to cook. Just like meat, the goal is to develop a nice sear for more flavor.
I think it's ready
All
to
right,
flip.
ready?
Yeah.
I just gasped. I haven't eaten chicken in a while.
Yeah.
I used to, so I know what chicken tastes like.
Yeah.
But I haven't cooked it in forever. And first of all, this is like very similar in cook. Like when you look at the browning,
Yeah.
and the caramelization around the edges.
All right, did you want to cut it?
Yeah. I'm like kind of freaking out right now.
Get into it.
I know. Sorry, Tyler. I'm just like, I'm processing. I can't get over how much it smells like chicken, and even looking at the texture, I'm gonna pick it up and just show you. Oh my God, I just touched it for the first time too. It's like the texture of it, of animal protein that you would normally see. I feel like it has that. But how?
That's the mushroom root, right? The fibers.
That's the mycelium.
Yeah, gives you that texture and that look.
This is not chicken, but it really looks like it. Okay, I'm gonna taste it. Should I taste it? This is my first time. I'm like
Yes.
stressed. Okay. Is there a mic I can drop? This is like taking me back to when I used to eat chicken. Literally. And I'm not just saying this as I'm on camera.
Next up, the steak fillet.
All right, steak. I'm trying it.
Do you need another mic to drop?
I need another mic to drop. This is insane.
Yeah.
This tastes like red meat.
I haven't had chicken nuggets in years, so I was really excited to try the crispy chicken.
This kind of takes me back to days of like growing up and eating fried chicken. Am I getting punked?
Got you.
But I wasn't done eating yet. The Meaty team had a big surprise for me.
Shut up! I'm leaving. I've seen my book.
Yep.
This is from my book. I didn't know I was gonna eat chicken and cry today.
My masala mac and cheese and cabbage salad from my cookbook both got the Meaty treatment with their chicken. I was so excited. Also on the menu, breakfast tacos and steak in a chimichurri sauce. I even got to try some products in development, a turkey deli meat and beef jerky. They were delicious.
This is not gonna be cute, I'm just warning everyone now.
It is a pretty big sandwich.
I'm taking this home. Wow. You guys are all like crazy magicians. Like something weird is going on here. Whoa. That's breakfast.
Yeah.
In true me fashion, we need to take a selfie. So if you don't mind, we're gonna get in here. All right, say Meaty.
Meaty.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
This was so
Yeah.
special.
No,
Truly.
thank you.
I don't know if I can go on.
My love for mushrooms has been cemented. From a delicious side dish to a show-stopping main, their culinary versatility is unparalleled. And that's what makes mushrooms truly magic. I'm a compost queen. I have become one with the compost. I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how